Welcome! How we all doing? Oh, there's 35 people in here. You guys are going to be sorely disappointed with a very dry and boring coding stream today. Hope this tweaking doesn't take days. Oh, bro, no. Tweaking is going to take weeks. I'm sorry that, yeah, that video took me a month. Took over a month. It was like mostly 3 weeks of coding, learning, all of that sort of stuff. 2 weeks of editing, interspersed with another week in the middle of there of me just doing more and more tweaks, extra recordings and stuff like that. But then again, that was like 4.5 day weeks. But the days were very long. Literally installing me games. Okay. You've modded before? Cool. Budding Bream. That was close enough. Wait, what are we talking about? Widescreen tweaking stream? Yeah. There was actually a few people that got like really upset about the whole ultra-wide thing. Why is the song stopped? Weird. Weird music, but it's on the playlist. Why not? Yeah, there were a few people that were like really upset with ultra widescreen sort of stuff. I'm like, it's not really that bad, even like, unless you are trying to actually see the code that is that I'm writing. But then I have it fairly zoomed in anyway. You're not really going to be getting much from the videos because I do a lot of editing. Just, like, there's so much editing. That was 30-ish hours of footage, I think, something like that. Yeah, there was so much cut from that. It was just, like, really cut quickly. Okay, so I'll give you guys a bit of an update on the free version. It was written as, like, the pinned comment in my video, but, yeah, I get it. Not everyone saw that, and not everybody was there after I wrote the update. The Beam and G devs... So, I'll give you a little bit of a background on how it ran and how I completely didn't realize that this was going to be an issue, but apparently it is. Because I didn't think about it, is basically what happened. When you have a custom Lua script, there's a few different ways to activate it. But my specific one needed to be activated as before pretty much any other Lua gets activated. So I had to use what's called a mod script, which is just a file in a folder called scripts, whatever script folder you want to call the next thing, and then you make your mod script.lua, and in there all it does is just say load, and then you have an unload function, which I can't really do anything with. It's just set to manual by default. Anyway, what that'll do is load the Lua on game launch and any time that you press Ctrl L to reload the Lua. The downside of that is it doesn't differentiate between something that's meant to run during load and just normally running the game. So the Lua is running all the time, and that's for the full and for the free version. Apparently, according to the devs, that is a stickler which they don't want to have happen, which is fair because not everybody that goes to download something off the repository would have seen my video and me talking about how it's heavily experimental and got all these issues. A lot of people would just see it in the, let's just bring up the mods manager. They'll just go to the in-game repository and just click the button. So I get that, they don't want people to accidentally have their performance sapped and all that sort of stuff. So they're very protective of things that go on the repository. This code is really only meant to run during vehicle spawn, but it just runs all the time. So I've uploaded it and we're waiting for approval on Overtake GG and Modland to approve. Because I'm a newer uploader to these sites, they are awaiting approval, both of them. I know, Modlands is an approval process, I didn't know that either. But yeah, so that's what's happening there. Once they're done, it'll just be there. I'm guessing that they work regular working hours, because that was uploaded yesterday, like, as you saw, about 20 hours ago. Maybe they work only business hours? I kind of thought that those websites would be like volunteer basis. So, what the devs have said is they will approve the mod once they do an update that'll make custom wheels just a module part of the game sort of thing, or something along that sort of line, which will allow you to put in whatever custom tire things you want, which is actually something that is going to make life a lot easier as well, because a few mod makers have reached out and they want custom versions for their mods, which I'm fine with, but their custom versions would require different constructors, and I don't want people to have to go in and make a whole bunch of heavy modifications to all of the complicated stuff. They just make the modifications to the lower part and move it on. Though I am doing a slightly different thing. Overtake is based in Germany. We went to their house during Gamescom. I have heard that some mod makers have been dealing with them recently. We won't go into who that is. So, it seems like Overtake GG is kinda interested in BeamNG. I don't know how interested or whether that's gonna happen, I don't know. It is weird though, with the BeamNG repository in the forums, that people would use any other ones, but, I mean, I'm using it, but I suppose that's more for me getting my name out there, sort of thing. Devs should hire me? I doubt that's gonna happen, because they hire skilled devs, especially for the Lua stuff, that have, like a formal education, of which I do not have. I don't understand how people think BeamNG is unplayable with FPS. I've been playing for 5 years with 10 FPS max. Yeah, but there's people that try to run even less, and I mean, I just get it. They don't want people to accidentally download a mod that then becomes just like a problem on their computer. Most people don't deactivate their mods, which is wild to me, because it just becomes so unstable. But then they go and complain to the devs, oh, look at these issues that I'm having, what's going wrong? The devs are the what, because nobody knows which mod is causing the issue. Yeah, they just go to the devs and they bombard their inbox. A lot of their, what do you call it? A lot of their support tickets are solvable by just, like, removing some mods, deactivating mods, or just not having conflicting mods. So mods are a big thing that we just don't want to deal with that, so I get it. 30 is 60, meh is, 60 is good. Oh, sorry, 30 is meh. 60 is good. I mean, sure. We are people that file tickets with BeamNP for the server not running when they have like 230 mods on there. Oh my god, that's a lot of mods. I think I have, if I was to use DisplayPort, 240 FPS, but I go through HDMI, which is then limiting me to 100, especially because I'm on Linux, otherwise I get 120. But much of a muchness to me. But I limited it to 60 anyway. There's a good reason to limit things to 60 in... Oh, sorry, to limit your frame rate to an achievable frame rate on your system. And that has to do with like the way the physics simulation works and buffer sizes, something. I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's to do with like if you're trying to run at like the limit of your frame rate. No, limit of what your computer can do, sorry, not your frame rate, then there's going to be sometimes some hangover in frames and whatnot. So if you limit, sure, you'll be getting less frames, but you'll get a more consistent frame rate, which in my opinion, if you're doing something like sim racing, is a lot more important. Games hate mods? Some, but some really love it. And a lot more companies are loving mods now, or at least they think they do, after seeing what happens with, not Minecraft, Roblox. At just the butt ton of money they're making. Which I believe probably got it from not only its own community idea, but also from, Bethesda with Skyrim mods? No, Bethesda with mods that you could pay for. I think it started on Oblivion, to be honest. I can't remember. But then there's companies that think that they like mods, but they really, really won't. Like, who are they? Rockstar. They're gonna, apparently, by what it looks like they're doing, is they're going to try to do a Minecraft Roblox sort of we control the mod sector sort of thing for something like a 5M like thing, because they bought 5M to kill it, so then they could run their own thing. If they happen to lock mods to their platform and like their own private hosting, I think it's not going to take off quite nearly as much. Flat 60 is better than unstable 90. Yeah, I agree. It is also just not just better, but it's like more stable. Roblox child labor? Sure. Roblox mid anyway? Don't know, never played it. I've considered it since it is one of the games that use Lua and it is fairly popular, but then one, I'm just completely not interested, and two, I don't know if a lot of my audience is going to be interested either. But you can make a fair amount of money on it. And I am creative, so I think I could come up with some ideas potentially. I've not really thought about it, but I have confidence. What is the plan today? We're going to look at a few different things. I have my thing here. So this is the stuff that happened during recordings. And this is the to-do list, and this is also mixed into things that I have added to the list as well. So this list started, the to-do list started before the video released. And here's what I've done so far. But yeah, this is what we're going to have a look at. These two I'm specifically going to try to look at today and see if I can't, one, replicate it, and two, do anything about it. Because once we replicate it, we have to figure out what's actually happening, which is going to be quite tricky. Then see if we can find a suitable solution, and then see if it's stable, bug fix it, all that sort of stuff. Rockstar needs to take a step back from GTA Obsession and remaster Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition Remix. Never played Midnight Club. Oh, darn that hill. Okay. Child labor is the least of Roblox's problems. Yeah, there's a lot of problems, and they are trying to hide them. Like that one, other child-related issue that I think they struck a content creator's channel or something like that for, or maybe hit them with a cease and desist or something like that, I can't remember, for covering the issue. I never have liked the GTA series. I loved it. I remember back when we used to play Grand Theft Auto 1 and 2 on my laptop. Like, it was an old laptop. Hold on, give me a second. I can go get said laptop right now, actually. This old bad boy. The Satellite 200 CDS Toshiba. Oh boy. It still works. Mostly. The only reason I keep it around is sometimes I need to connect to a serial port, and usually anything that's like a serial port related is not going to be something I can bring to my computer. So it's just convenient to have a laptop with it, and I don't have to worry if I break it or anything like that, so I can go into the shed with me. But it's kind of like I don't need it anymore, but now I keep it for nostalgia because of my childhood. That was a gift from my grandma. I just realized I'm gonna... No, I can't. I tried to move the camera, didn't really want to move much. A gift from my grandma. I think it was given to my brother, and to me was given a dishwasher, because that was my my chore. But I didn't think much of it at the time. I didn't realize how much of like a backhanded gift it kind of was. But I mean, still, it was a good thing to have, because then I spent less time daydreaming whilst doing that. My ADHD was terrible. Dishes would take me probably like an hour or two as a kid, because I would start doing it and then I would just get distracted and just never finish. But yeah, my brother wasn't really a computer tech savvy kind of person, never has been. So I think the laptop just found its way into my possession anyway, and God, I love that thing. I'm the guy, do you know me? No, I don't. Is it a Pentium? I don't actually know. I'm guessing it's a Intel Inside Pentium processor. No extra information. I got a serial number on it. It came with Windows 95. And then I got access to Windows 98, and I put Windows 98 on it and made the thing chug hard. It is a lot slower because of that. I too had a Satellite as my first laptop, though it was way newer. Hi, I just joined. What's been done so far? Not much. We're just doing a lot of chatting right now. We're still in the intro phases. It's only been 26 minutes. Fresh on an install of Linux. Oh, well done. Windows moment. You'd be playing Beam. Pentium 1? I don't know. Maybe. I don't have a grandma bought a dishwasher on my 2025. Yeah, it was a weird thing. My grandpa had just passed away. My grandma had a bunch of money, and even though she had 3 kids herself, my dad was the only one to have kids, so she doted on us. Oh, and she also didn't come down very often. She's, my dad's Canadian. So, I think it was like the only time or one of 2 times that she actually came to Australia. And because she couldn't, like, look after us like she loved to do when we would go over there, she instead bought us things for Christmas. Has to start with a Pentium. That is suspicious. I mean, Pentium was the only, like, Intel was really the only major player back then. AMD was still, like, not really known for quite a long time. Even when they did start to get known, they were known as the, like, buy 5, chuck 3 away sort of company. Even if they weren't, that's what they were known as. Most laps got a model number on the bottom. It's a 200 CDS. Find the details on that ancient laptop. You're on Arch, deleted and got Debian. Yeah, I'm thinking of upgrading to Arch. I might do it sometime soon and get Arch with KDE Plasma. This is only my second distro, Mint. And I think Mint would be fine for most people that do gaming. Apparently there's better versions, but for me, it seemed fine. Just not if you have multiple monitors. If you have multiple monitors, Mint is not the thing for you. In fact, most Linux are not the thing for you. It is really, really shit that on X11, which is one of the versions, most have X11 and Wayland. This has Wayland as well, but Wayland is bugged for me. It doesn't work. The natural scaling goes up in like whole increments. So like 100%, 200%, 300% scaling. I could turn on fractional scaling, but either way, I can't scale my monitors independently. This screen is smaller with lower resolution. This one's big, much bigger. This one's bigger, but with a much higher resolution. So, like we go to Steam, it's got itty bitty little text on there. But if I turn up fractional scaling at all, 1, that's going to cause a lot of issues. And 2, then this screen becomes like goddamn, like way too big on its scaling. So, if you have fairly similar monitors, like similar size, similar resolution, you're gonna be fine. Like if I had if this main one was like my old ultra-wide, the 2560 by 1080, that's the same horizontal resolution, so it should be the same scale. That probably would have been fine, even if the screen size was actually different. Which I think, realistically, like it on the vertical, it was slightly smaller. All in all, though, I am happy that I moved away from Windows, especially Windows 11. Hell no. Haven't installed any other things. NixOS is great, especially if you're a programmer. Don't think I've heard of them. Oh. Sounds familiar, but I don't really know anything about them. You have a 1080p monitor and one 4K ultra-wide monitor. I'd be cooked on Linux. Same. I have the same thing. I have... It's not exactly 4K, but like that sort of thing. It's 3440 by 1440. And then, yeah, 1080. This one's, I think, 35 inches. That one's like 17, I think? Yeah. It's not really a one-to-one comparison there because it's ultra-wide, so the scaling's going to be a bit weird. That sounds stupid. Yeah. But try getting Linux devs to do anything that fits a broader audience. I don't have that issue. Like, that's... If you ever look up problems anywhere for Linux-related things, there'll be 100 different people saying, oh, why would you want to do that? Or I don't have that problem, or all that sort of stuff. Like, completely unhelpful. At least to the person doing the thing. To bug fixers, though, for them it might be helpful. Because if I say that I have an issue and then a whole bunch of other people say that they don't have the issue, then that means that there's something a little bit more specific to my system and it's not a general bug. But to me, that is super unhelpful, and especially when it's something that's been covered before, but not in the same way. And you go, I had a look at this one. And just the degrading, why would you want to do that? Why the fuck do you want to do you think I want to do that? Like, there's reasons. Like, do you want me to start off my bug report with what is it? Like the recipe website, sort of like, I remember when my mum on cold winter's day, she used to make this for us because I would come home from school. I'm like, God damn it, get to the recipe. Like, is your main a Gigabyte Ultrawide? No, it's Alienware. AW3423DW. I wanted a very color accurate screen, and also fairly vibrant on its color, on its luminosity thing. I don't really have HDR active that often, to be honest. It just seems to sap resources, not give me a whole lot. But it's still a very, very good monitor. But I also really, really loved ultrawide because I had a cheap LG one that was actually a pretty darn good monitor. Maxed out at 75 FPS, but still pretty darn good. This one also had that, and I was like, I have always wanted a good monitor, but never thought it was worth splurging the money. But then I started to get more into content creation. People were complaining about my color grading. I was like, you know what? Okay, fine. I'm gonna get like a color accurate monitor, but they're all really expensive. And then this one came along that was fairly color accurate. It was also ultra wide, but it cost like, I think it was nearly $2,000 when I bought it. I was like, huh. But I had made more than that from YouTube. I was like, okay, cool. We're gonna do it. I spent like most of my money that I made from YouTube on this monitor. Love my content. Keep it up. Thank you. No extensions, no super key. What? Why not use Windows? Oh, Windows is, so for me, it's just a privacy issue. And you always hear the people that are like, what's that poem? Anti-Nazi poem, then they came for me. First they came. First they came. Oop. Is this gonna have the poem? Okay. First they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. They came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. They came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. They came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. They came for me, and then there was no one left to speak out for me. So, that sort of idea has stuck with me for a good 15 years. Like, why aren't I the one that is a part of the change and have to wait for everybody else to do the hard work? It felt very hypocritical. And if there's one thing I can't stand, it's being considered a hypocrite in any sort of way. So, this is an absolutely phenomenal poem, even though it was written by a Christian, like I think a priest or something like that. It started to permeate into my other things. Like, I thought for the longest time I'd wait for Linux. But then I thought, you know, I'm just going to take the jump. Windows is data mining, and the whole thought there, well, I have nothing to hide, kind of fits into that same ethos of, yeah, but then you're screwing the other people that do. Like, they have different political beliefs, and the government is coming after you. You have to sort of hide that. And if everybody goes, oh, I don't have the different political belief to the ruling party, then the one person that goes, I'm not showing you my things, then you've kind of screwed yourself. Because then think of it the other way around. You hold the sensible belief, and then the government starts asking people, and they go, oh, I have nothing to hide. And then the one person, you, goes, oh, fuck. So that sort of thing. And the data mining is not only so prolific already, it is a step too far to have it baked into my operating system. So I don't do that. I've moved away from Windows, and there's things I have to give up, like competitive shooters, but I'd stopped playing competitive shooters many years ago because I have an aggression issue, which has gone away since I've stopped using things. It didn't make me a violent person. It would just work me up and make me so angry because I never really had a team to play with. I would just play random open lobbies like 90% of the time. And you would just get throwers in so many matches. And it was just, I hated it so much. NVIDIA GPU, why is this so much slower? On Arch games run better? I don't use Proton, I use the native version of Linux. Native version of BeamNG for Linux. It works pretty good, actually. I would say that this runs better than Proton's version, interpolation of BeamNG. But yeah, for most people, I would suggest not using NVIDIA on Linux. I use it for a few different reasons, one of which is native support with certain programs like DaVinci Resolve. Can you upload the mod on another website? I really want to go rock crawling. They're waiting approval. You'll get it. I will post in video and announcements on my Discord server and also on my YouTube channel when they get approved. And then I'll also do another update and post more when the devs do the update to make it possible to add your own custom wheels without having to do my mod script workaround thing. You have an RTX 3080, but isn't AMD GPUs better for Linux because AMD drivers are open source, so it's easier to make the drivers for Linux or something? I think it has to do with just compatibility things. If you have a certain use case, you can modify the drivers or find somebody else that has done the modifications for you for the drivers to get that particular use case to work. And that is huge. I have run into many a roadblocks because NVIDIA's drivers are not as open as what would be good. Nefix, thank you, but no thank you for that music. NVIDIA is a bit too fiddly on Linux for me. But yeah, other games suffer too. Yeah, I don't know. But I will say that NVIDIA has picked up their game with Linux drivers. They have actually gotten a lot better. Though, that's because more people are using Linux for AI stuff. So, a good thing, but maybe for not a good reason. Will the mod cost money? The free version will not cost money. And the mod version will be good for most use cases. Well, Adobe stuff is the only reason I'm not on Linux. Oh, yeah. So, I moved away from Adobe for a long time ago because they were just becoming shitter and shitter, and now they are just like the shittiest version of Adobe by a country mile. So, I'm glad I moved away. I use DaVinci Resolve for editing, which is just as good. I even bought a version of it so I could do extra things. And, 2... Well, 1, you buy it and you've bought it. You don't have to... Yeah, they have the free version, but that's a different thing. That's just... Adobe is really shit. What's the other thing? Oh yeah, the other programs I use. I use GIMP at the moment, which I'm hating. I hate GIMP. Hey, Butch, how's it going? A lot of people here may recognize Butch as one of the people that was in the video. He was the one that was part of the duo reaction stuff at the end. Adobe is why CUDA is so important too, which really helps the NVIDIA overlords. I'll not forgive Adobe for buying an enshittifying substance painter. I just paint my 3D models in Blender. That's like, thanks. Random crashing facility? Welcome, Phantom. You use 5600X, which is AM4. How come you haven't updated it yet? The price? I only update things when I need to, really. The RAM I updated because I needed more RAM. The GPU I upgraded because the GTX 1080 I had was starting to be limited on a bunch of different things. Plus, at the time, I thought it'd be cool to do AI generation stuff, and I did not want to use the cloud-based stuff. Now I like AI a lot less. Sunk cost fallacy. I don't want to buy a new GPU. I did actually, when I first upgraded from the 1080, I actually got I think it was a 6950, the Radeon card, and it was really shit. Unfortunately, I don't know whether I was considered an early adopter. I thought that I'd given them plenty of months before I bought my GPU. Their drivers were the worst. They were horrible. Absolutely terrible. I was blue screening left and right. In normal things like BeamNG. It was terrible. So I got a trade for a 3080. And yes, I validated it after I bought it. Should have done it there, but I didn't have anything to validate it with, and I didn't know how to at the particular time. I was just in a rush to get a different card. It is actually, in fact, a fully functioning 10 gigabyte 3080. It is not one of the faked ones. Did you see my comment on your YouTube about monster truck tires? I have talked to a few different mod makers, including the person that has made the monster truck mod. He wants a custom version, and that is something that'll be happening. I find it really funny that AMD is still making the AM4 platform that is talking about the 5500X. Yeah, I have thought about upgrading to the X3D, but the problem is the price. I don't use MSY anymore because they have become shit as well. Wait, that's not what I'm looking for. PC parts, CPU processors, AMD. So, what is my CPU again? I can't even remember myself. Somebody wrote it down literally seconds ago. Uh, 5600X. That is on the Ryzen 5 platform. Okay, can I bring up Ryzen 5 specifically? I put in AMD, and it's showing me which Intel series do you want to look at. Ryzen 5. There is an X3D here somewhere. Oh! They don't even list a 3D here. But yeah, it was something like $400, and I was like, ugh. My CPU was fine. It's not really a bottleneck in any sort of way. Welcome, Desync. Dude, the X3D chips are so bad for budget ranges, literally a more price to performance ratio, just going Intel i5 than going those. They are only good for raw performance when money isn't a factor. Okay. Also, big fan of that wheel vid you did. Looks fantastic, like mainline development. I'm gonna do a little bit of checking up who you are. Oh, a big channel, huh? Don't get big people around here too often, but I suppose the video has a fairly wide reach. The X3D really helps gaming, but so much normal... not so much normal applications. Yeah, that was one of the things I was thinking about as well, because I do video editing, and even though it's heavy on the GPU, it still does use a fair chunk of CPU as well. They're bad for price performance? Yeah, they seem like it. 5700 X3D? I think that's about right, yeah. Where, doggy? There, doggy. She's just chilling. It's quite hot in here, though. The big reason why I'm not upgrading to the CPU is just because I just don't need to. I generally only upgrade if there's a particular reason to. What did I do that helped? Well, at the moment, because I cap my FPS at 50 and 60 FPS anyway, I'm mostly GPU bottlenecked in BeamNG anyway, because it's not a particularly great game engine. It would help with some game performance. 5800 X3D? Is that a thing? Okay. Need a green screen? Put you and Doggo on the super jump? I used to have a green screen, don't really need it. How long do you think it will take to have an actual finished tire mod and you don't have to torture yourself with editing JVM files anymore? You mean if I was to make a single custom tire? Well, after I finish the two big issues at the moment, a few hours maybe? But, let me go over one of the things I'm doing. I don't need this open anymore. I am implementing at the moment the ability to put in your own values and make your own custom tires. So if we open this up, vehicles, common. Is this Nefix again? It's Nefix again. Oh, there's a lot of Nefix. Oh my god, a lot of Nefix. Thanks for the free music, but... Tires. This is a problem I'm having. I should really install a different archive manager. Let's just go to 15s, whatever, doesn't really particularly matter. In here, if you put anything in, like these, they can become their own thing. With the actual version, I've got in here an instruction on how you can actually just make a custom tire at the moment. You would just add this on the end of all of these, and then it wouldn't show up in the tuning menu, but it would be hard baked into the tire. I haven't tested it to see if it would be overwritten by this variables being in there as well, so I don't know whether you'd have to get rid of this or not. But that would mean then that you don't have to have this part put into the slot, and it could go onto any vehicle. If you make it available to any vehicle, your tire available to any vehicle. And then when it comes into the lure, all you would have to do is go wheel dot and then whatever. So, for instance, let's just copy this. We have, actually, you know what, I'm going to copy this to make it a little bit easier, and it's in the same sort of area where you'd probably put it. What did I call it? Just tread div. There. wheel.treaddiv, I'd suggest keeping it whole numbers, otherwise it might break. And then 2 is the default, or 3 is probably where I would suggest most sitting. And then, when it comes to here, it would just be a part of it. The problem is, there's a lot more to take into consideration, including if you've put in some of the values but not all of the values. Instead, what I've got is I've got it coming over here, and then it goes into default values. So it'll do either the default thing, or it'll go through what's originally in the check. The original check is 1, to see if it's forwards or backwards on the vehicle, to know whether we're doing front or rear tires. This doesn't exist in the free version, because I just wanted to cut down on the amount of variables there, because the less variables there are, the less people get confused about and all that sort of stuff, and less clutter. That, and also, obviously, I wanted there to be benefits for the Patreon. Sorry, everybody else. Then it would go, if it's forwards... Wait. If it's backwards, then it would go to the rear version of the variable, or if it's not backwards, then it would go to the front version, and the only difference there being I've just named it slightly different, and in the J-beam, it's got the front version and the rear version. But if you don't have the variables in there, then you can just input it directly like this, and then it'll be active here. So if you wanted to make your own custom tire from your thing, eventually what you'll do is you'll just, like, copy this tire. You could do the variable version, which I was talking about. You could just chuck the variables in, like, here. For instance, if I was to do it, it would just be this. Then... It's that in here. Yeah, without the extra apostrophe. Yeah, okay. And you would do it to all of them, obviously. I think if you don't have all of them in there, it'll cause an issue. So you would also have to put it here, and then you would have to... Actually, if you're doing just front or rears, you could probably drop the one that's not front or rear, depending on whichever one it is that you are doing or not doing. So that's how you do it currently. But instead, what I'm doing is I'm making a system where it does it the other way around. However, I've also thought about it a little bit deeper. A lot of these, so for instance... sidewall reinforce. All sidewall reinforce is doing is modifying... Actually, you know what, I should probably... Oh, okay, yeah, no, sorry, I've got 2 versions of the pressure wheel thing at the moment. Oh, yeah. One's got a square sidewalls. I'll show you that in a second. So, all this does is modify default values in the game that are input into the tires. So, this, which is here. Why... Like, do I keep in the modifier version, or do I just have people modify the actual values? Then, some values are derivative of other values. For instance... Oh, this is a bad way of doing it. Whatever, I should clean that up. In fact, clean up doubling up stuff. Yep, that's an extra thing to go over. Some are derivatives of others. Corner reinforce options are a copy of reinforce options. I could make... I could do both. So instead of wheel reinforce options, this could be corner reinforce options. So people could input it directly, and then you would have technically more control. And because this is an and if or statement, it would instead go and do other things. I don't know what frustrum is, or what are we talking about? It loads, renders everything without concern for what you actually see. That's poorly optimized. Is BeamNG an optimized or unoptimized game? Oh, that's a tricky one. I was trying to figure out like where this thread of talk happened. Yeah, a bit of column A, bit of column B. I'm gonna take this jacket off. It is too hot in here. So they are doing something which we can't compare with. Because no other game does what BeamNG does. Now, there's a lot of people that were saying in the stream, in the video comments that other games do this tire modeling stuff, and they say that it does it at a lot higher resolution. And even one person tried to counter my point, but they're wrong. Other games don't actually simulate physics this way. They have predefined behaviors, and the tire twisting and all that sort of stuff is all animated. It takes in information like friction and whatnot, and it animates the tire. But the friction is then actually not taken from the tire. It's taken from the behavior and actions of the games. They measure what they want to measure, which will then give them the values that they want, which will allow them to create very accurate tires. At least for their narrower scope. Like, trying to use... Like, it's really obvious on some games, trying to use those racing games as not racing games, the games just do not feel right or feel good. Sometimes they feel really bad. It's because it's not really what they're designed for. The advantages of it is, one, it's really much better optimization to do it that way. And two, like, the big ones, obviously, out of, actually, there's three. Two, is it is a lot quicker to get your tires to act exactly the way that you expect them to behave. So much quicker. It is so hard to get a physics model like this to work. One, because nobody has done it before, and two, I think it's just because nobody else has done it before. To be honest, there's just not the math there for the way that they've done it. But then, yeah, okay, so in a predefined behavior environment, like your Assetto courses and iRacing and all that sort of stuff, and the Live for Speed games, if you take a corner, you should know what the cornering G-forces are. A lot of the suspension in a lot of these games are only animated as well. They don't actually have the physics react to it, like Assetto Corsa. A a lot of those games, I remember testing them a long time ago, their tires will clip into the walls because the tires are not actually moving at all. The only collision thing that you have is actually just a straight in position model sometimes. I know specifically because I was going to do a video on it a long time ago. That arcade game, Grand Theft Auto 5. Grand Theft Auto 5 did, and I was going to use that because that one was the easiest to see the examples on. So yeah, if you're doing predefined behavior style, all you have to do is change one value and you know exactly what will be changing when you change that value. You do something on something like BeamNG, and what's going to happen is you change a value and it's going to have a cascading effect through all of the physics. So it's a lot longer as well. Not just that nobody else has done it before, but it also takes so much more time because one thing affects another thing affects another thing. The final benefit to having predefined behaviors is the reason why BeamNG doesn't really have a massive sim racing following, though I like sim racing in BeamNG, and a lot of people do, is netcode optimization. BeamNG's netcode is almost non-existent for a bunch of different reasons, including it is really hard to predict what a car is going to do because there is no predefined behavior. It is going to do kind of predictable. And I've been contemplating doing a netcode mod for BeamNP. But what I've realized is it's going to have to be basically akin to generative AI learning. Or just machine learning. It's going to have to see what you normally do and figure out what you're going to do, as opposed to a lot of other ones where they're a lot lighter on the information that they would have to share, and also have a kind of predictive sort of thing to figure out what they're going to do. So it's also going to have to be track specific. I don't know if I would be able to pull it off, but I kind of do want to try it. Games cheat to make code easier? Yeah. That's why sometimes weird car tunes make cars way faster. Like, jacking the front of the car way up actually caused them to be faster in one game before it was patched. You mean jacking the car down? That was, I think, iRacing. And what it was is, if you put on wet slicks, you had a slightly thicker tread, and they were like, sure, we can actually just simulate that in the game by just pumping the car up a little bit. And that would give you less downforce because you're getting less ground effect. And that was just kind of more realistic to do it that way. Save them having to create like a whole new line of code to like do all of the different things. It was just easier to jack the car up, and then it could just do the check vehicle height sort of stuff. So what people were doing is they would, and I think it also gives you less drag to also have like a lower car. So you get less downforce, more drag being higher. But then once the race started, they would start on wet tires. Then once the race started, they would go in and pit immediately and switch over to the slicks, which would then give them a lower than what they were allowed to have height on their vehicle, which was funny because now they have less drag and more downforce than everybody else. People were like, why are they starting on wets? It's going to be a completely dry race. Wait, why are they going into the pits? Oh, they must have just stuffed up. I'm just going to race and win now. But no, this was a long endurance race, and they won. Stefan Orossi from the Komodo recording group, who recently made a mod that does a status check mod to help better sync mod. Oh, I was going to do that too. May want to coordinate with them if you do that? Sure. Huh. That was actually something I was going to do to like synchronize damage. I even talked to Titch about it, and Titch didn't give away that somebody was working on that. I honestly think BeamNP works pretty good if everyone is around the same latency. Yes, but I'm from Australia. There's, as far as I'm aware, no other really Australian BeamMP creators. Except for... Garbage Time. Is this Nefix again? Yep. God damn it. Oh my god, there's so much Nefix. Oh my god. What the hell? There's just slabs of Nefix songs. But he makes himself completely uncontactable. So I've left comments to do collab stuff, but that's all I can do. He is uncontactable. Unless he knows you, obviously, I'm guessing. Because I know that he did do a collab with Linus. Of Linus Tech Tips. So there must be some way for, like, reach out to happen, but I'm guessing that happened the other way around. I reckon he probably reached out to them. There was also other things. So this kind of like points into the problem with predefined behaviors. R-Factor 2. They had a situation where you did something and I think decreased the anti-roll bars down to 0. And then your car would become incredibly faster, which is not realistic. And that is the downside of predefined behaviors. But the upside is it's a lot more predictable. Usually. Shout out to my boy Dank Pods from Garbage Time. Dude's awesome. Cool. Alright. Stock vehicles can get past 350 miles per hour. I think that sounds about right. But, yeah, that is one of the things we're going to look at. We're going to have a look at, like, the two first things we're going to do today. And we can move on to that now. We've done a lot of talking. Apparently... corner beams are expanding at speed. So apparently the treads will stay, but not the thing. I'm also going to have a look at, because I didn't write this down. I've just been pondering on it. My ADHD keeps on kicking in every single time that I try to write something on this goddamn list. Pre-compression to fight... spawn pressure pop. So, because this is not a square like the default Tyres, its pop behavior, if you want to call it that, is going to be a lot different. Let me just bring out clone current, but we're gonna... Okay. Is game still working? Can I still drive? Yeah. Weird. Something's gone wrong. Actually, you know what? Yep, okay. I can't clone current. Let's just bring out a stock one. Spawn new. There we go, that works. Okay. Let's slow the game way down, and you'll see how the air pressure pops. It's a square with beams in between, so it is going to be a lot different from mine. Mine does not do quite so much of that. It has a lot of internal beams, but it doesn't really do that, per se. What do I want to do? Alt. Nope. Alt. Okay, so 1,000 times slower. Spawner in. And you can see that it has a little bit of pop, mostly on the longitudinal thing. If we go Control-T, you can see that this is a pressure thing. And then if we go a little bit faster, you can see that it pops and vibrates. On mine... go Good, we're on our vehicle. Go back to 1,000 times. You can see that the pop has so much more area to work on, and it just expands massively. And I think that might be a part of the issue that's happening with the very low profile tires. And I have a bit of a plan for this. And that's going to be if oh, no, there we go. I don't have crossbeams in at the moment, so there's no crossbeams. I would have the crossbeams, because I noticed that, and how I realized what the issue was, is I have an option for crossbeam, so we can actually just bring in those crossbeams. You put on the slightest bit of crossbeam, and it gets rid of that crossbar. That's the one. Let's go 95 on that. Okay, still does it. Do we have our... What? There we go. Okay, I must have set the values wrong. You can see that it expands a lot less. So, what I can do is actually a few different options. I can have those crossbars be on by default and have them have a pre-compression, but then the pre-compression is going to stay the entire time. So when it's finished doing its entire jiggle, it'll then have that pre-compression already baked in. And I maybe don't want to have that. But I also don't want to overwrite these beams with a different sort. But I would have to do something. I'll probably do like a beam from here, and then I'll go to the other one so I can have some more beams. And what I would do is I'd have a beam compression, pre-compression, that would, after spawning, either become weaker, down to like a 0 value, or just break them immediately. Having the breaking one, though, can be a little bit problematic if you have some beam visualizations, you're trying to do some debugging, and you just got like a list of like... What are we? 16... 32... 64 lines of just like beam broken stuff. So I'm trying to figure it out. I reckon I can just turn the spring and dampness all the way down. But I don't know if that's going to cause instability. Was headed to bed. Don't burn yourself out and keep up the good work. Yeah, I haven't started any new projects yet. I've actually been taking it very easy because I've got a new project lined up and I want to do some other things. Found massive termite damage in my house. So I've been dreading having to deal with that and been putting that off. Every time I go to like look at dealing with that, I end up cleaning or something because I have an aversion to dealing with that because it's going to be like $20,000 to $30,000. Kind of, so what is your choice of CPU considering how heavy beam is? I'm not actually really maxing out my CPU most of the time. I fix a lot of my issues by enabling the RAM speed thing. I didn't realize that I hadn't enabled the... I can't remember what it's called, but there's like a thing to do with RAM there on DDR4 where you have to enable a thing. So that helped a lot of my performance. Get a CPU with lots of cores, BeamNG is super in... Yeah. I mean, I would if I could justify spending the money. But before I spend my money on that, I want to do things like have petrol, eat pretty much every day, have electricity for lighting. Like, most of the money is just going to go to, like, help me create a buffer at the moment. Like, I love the Patreon. But per month, $90 a month, not enough. The 466 though, ooh, that's a nice little buffer for me to have. That is very much appreciated. So thank you everybody that gave on the Patreon for that. That is very helpful. XMP, that's the one. Yeah. I didn't have that activated for the longest time. Would a BeamNG mod be possible to allow for some of upscaling? I think somebody was saying that they'd made a mod to do that already. I don't know if it's released yet or not, or if they're planning to. I don't know. But they're planning to do that. I don't like upscaling myself. It's cheating and doesn't actually give you more detail. It just kind of looks sharper. What I would like is if maybe there was a way to specifically apply it to shadows, so then we don't have to turn shadow detail all the way up, because shadows suck, especially in BeamNG. Have I... What level graphics have I got at the moment? Yeah, I've got it set to Ultra. And look how fuzzy those shadows are. That's just how shadows are in games. And like the flicker in and out. But that would all come under shader stuff. If we bring up here, BeamNG, we have shaders here. Now, not many mods actually get made into here. I'd open it in VS Code, but this is a language. Apparently it's based on C or something like that, but I don't know. I've looked at it. I do not know this language. It probably wouldn't be the hardest thing to learn, but I just don't wanna. So you would have to do modding in that. And if you want to do that, go for it. I don't want to. I think textures on maps could benefit from upscaling, especially for GPUs with less VRAM. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I see that. I just noticed that the bumper of this vehicle is reflecting the other car. Have they always done that? I don't often run my computer at ultra graphics because a lot of the times I'm making mods and I don't need to run at full graphics for that. It saves me having to listen to my fans go, and then when I alt-tab out of the game, and then alt-tab back in, it's just, it bugs me. That makes sense to upscale for a bigger screen. What if you make a point for the car wheels for attaching and detaching the wheels, and the wheels with the tire, like with the trailers being attached, dash remove again, and the push of a button. Oh, okay, so you're just talking about removing the tires and the wheels. Removing a wheel and reattaching a wheel is actually not that hard. I could probably do that in less than a week. In fact, I could probably do it in a day or two. Probably. All you would have to do is have the wheel spawn in that you're going to switch on at the same time that you have the vehicle, or any vehicle that you want to have it attached to. And then break and unbreak the beams that you want to have. Hey, thanks for the $2. You played with AI to try some values. I don't think you understand how AI stuff works. One, I don't really like generative AI because of what it's doing. Oh, not what it's doing, more about like what people are, like what companies are using it for. I don't want to feed into that. I would use it probably more often if I had it running locally, but you need just a super rig for that a lot of the time. Otherwise it's super slow or compromised with like slowness. I just finished watching your tire mod video and I'm so fortunate that you are working this live. You're doing the Lord's work, friend. Sure. Do you know if the math worked out? What? AI can kind of do math. But not really. Conventionally, if you put 1 + 1, the next thing that's going to show up would likely be equals 2. So in that regard, AI can do that. Hey, thanks for becoming a channel member. So in that regard, that's how that would work. But if you gave it a more complicated one, it may not be able to figure that out. There are certain ones where if you ask it questions like that, it'll offload that by... First, it'll run it through the LLM to figure out what it is that you've said and asked. Then it will figure out the best course of action to take, which at that point it would be to take it to a calculator. Then it would come back and say you would write that out in a certain way, and this is the end value. Not all AI models do that, and not all of them do it all the time. Some of the times it'll just get it wrong and go, sure, I can do that, as opposed to sending it off to a calculator. I disagree with people's characterization of generative AI stuff like LLMs being a black box. The devs know exactly what's in there. It's just filtering it correctly. And that's the hard thing. That is the trillion-dollar idea. Or question, sorry. I've seen it do physics simulations on videos I've made. Yeah. That's an actual use case, which I could see being doable, kind of. It really depends on how the technology evolves. Visually, it could be done really well. Really, really well. But for, like, accurate simulation sort of stuff, I don't know yet. Now I'm putting the tire slip angle. I feel like the tires are too soft and bend too much when cornering, if that makes sense. The tires are too soft and bend too much when cornering. So that really comes down to a lot of tuning stuff, really. Like, there's corner stiffness, which I believe does... There's going to be a video on this eventually. I think just beams from here to here. We have corner stiffness set to 0. But if we... That's on the front tires. We're on the front tires, good, okay. Yeah, so that brings in these beams here, which I don't think were there a second. Let me just confirm that. Oh, it's also angled, which is a problem. I might fix that. We switch back to 0. Will this beam disappear? Yes, it will. So that's the sort of thing you can change. Then there's... wall stiffener. Where's the one that goes from here to the corner? I know I had that, right? Or maybe I didn't. Okay, well, let's put that in. Corner stiffness is off angle. Consider triangles. The next one is no L beam from wheel, other wheel, tire wall. We'll do it, write it this way. Other wheel, tire wall. Okay. Make that a little bit easier to spot. This one shouldn't be too hard to implement. I thought I had it in there, but... What do you call BeamNG's default tire beams? Wait, what do you call BeamNG default tire beams? You call them triangle. Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, what's happened? Well, now my voice is going to be like this for a little bit. Sorry about that. This shit's so deep, I love it. Our updates included if you buy the tires for $3. Most of this will be included. I'm going to do an update in that particular post, but from then on, for even some of these maybe, they will be in future updates as I make videos about those updates. Do you think Beam, if Aero and Tyres are reworked, will be considered a true sim like ACC or something like that? Because of netcode, not really. Want to get the mod, but I'm broke? Yeah, sorry. The free version is coming. It is going to be update dependent for the repository, but the other versions are going to be coming to overtake.gg and modland. Voice is finally changing. Personally, I'm more excited for when they add the ability for a car to be dirty and get scuffed someday, I hope. I think they're heading towards that with dynamic decals and stuff. For instance, my voice. The livery designer thing that you can do. I think that could be used to apply mud, dirt, and scratches to the cars, which I think is going to be pretty cool. I don't want to deal with shaders, so I'm not going to do that. Because what you'd also have to do is have implemented a way to find out where the collisions are happening. I suppose you could just make them happen on the nodes, and that would be close enough, because I can always check to see if a node has gone through something, because then that'll mean that it's crashed. And then you could tell when a node has unnecessary force on it. I could probably read that, and then give it a scratch at that particular point on the body. As for mud, though, you would probably just go with like an overlay and have its transparency change, similar to how they've got the tire glowing mod into the game. Hey, Professor Cypress, how's it going, bro? Things are moving along. If anybody doesn't know, Professor Cypress is one of my longest viewers from like a decade ago. Back when I used to do a lot of Twitch stuff. Is this mod going to cover every tire as an additional mod, or is it going to be a tire-specific base? Bit of column A, bit of column B. I'm going to still leave this as a part to put on, and if you want to have it go onto a mod vehicle, you're going to have to add their name to this list. And you're going to have to find what available mod they have. Hopefully they have the name whatever underscore mod, so then that makes it just a universal sort of thing, or you're gonna have to find an available slot, or you're gonna have to modify their mod to have the slot to have this slot. I wonder. I might actually do this now. High poly wheel mod. Okay. Now there's a slot type in there, and any mod maker can just add high poly wheel mod as a slot to their vehicle, and that'll work. I'm just gonna add this to the done thing. Added in case mod vehicle mod creators want to have the slot available. There we go. Cool. Now any mod maker can do that. That'll be a part of the version that everyone gets as well. The tires for the truck with... you know what? I've not tried that. Let's see how it impacts my performance. At the moment, I think I'm capped. So let's uncap. What do I want to do? Control-Shift-F. Okay. I'm paused. Oh, that's what's happening. Okay, I had it slow. That's why it was acting weird. What is this song? What the hell is happening? Anjo, you're a weird person. Okay. It's looking fine. Average is 150, 160... 164 is what we're getting around at highest speed. At about 100 kilometers an hour, we're getting about 162. Okay, let's bring out a big T-series with lots of tires. What is the most? There is no dual... Oh, there is a dual front axle. But there is no dual front axle with triple rear tires. Let's try making one. And then I'll save the config. Front frame, rear frame, medium. Let's go long, maybe. Wait. Yeah, it does need to be longer. Tail light mounting. So it has to be longer than that. Let's go medium. Then... I do not like the way in which they've done the new part selection stuff. I really don't like it. Rear suspension, here we go. Can I not get a 3-axle on here? How do I go a 3? Do I have to go a long upfit frame? Alright, you know what? Let's bring out another one that has the 3 axles so I can compare notes. Okay, where... It's in here, rear frame. It's under rear suspension. Airbag, tandem, rear suspension. Airbag, tandem, tridem. Oh. There we go. I probably could have done that with the medium frame, huh? No. Airbag tridem suspension. There we go. We got the smallest vehicle except the fuel tanks. Can we make them smaller? There we go. 300s. 300s. There we go. Okay. Oh wait, no, we haven't even gotten to the best part yet. You know what? Let's just do a test now. Then we'll do a test afterwards. So what did we reach? 164 FPS was kind of what it decided to average out at about 100 kilometers an hour? Getting 157, 160. Oh, we're capping out. Off power, we're getting 165. On power, we're getting 164 to 163. That's funny. There'll be a couple extra calculations happening there. Let's do just the standard version first. Oh my god. Oh, there we go. Oh, dear. Oh, That's not what I wanted. I like the fact that it's a one exit to exit the menu now, but it is irritating to get used to. They just clip into each other, huh? I wonder if I make a dually specific one, or I'll make the tires rub. What frame did we start with? 120, so not much different. And this is where we see the beef of my CPU. 116, 115, 17, 13, 13, 17. Hundred 13, 12, 11, 10. It is a lot less stable. 110. Going up to 119? But now that it's doing calculations on over-rev damage, I'm guessing it's dropping a few frame, a bit of frame rate. Okay. You know, I'm just going to move this up here. Except this apparently writes over this. That's fun. GPU frame limiter. Potential bottlenecks. GPU frame limiter. Okay. There's a GPU frame limit. That's the bottleneck. Alright. Let's try. Let's go to 6 subdivisions on the tread. Because it can start to get unstable, and I don't want to have to deal with that right now. So, how was your day? Test racing, I have noticed it starts to slide race until... Yes, I have taken note of that. You know what, that's a little too stiff. So let's drop the overall stiffness by about... Let's go 20%. Overall stiffness. Okay, that should help it be a little bit more stable. Toying with an idea for a new automation car in mind. Ooh. 1,000 hours to get it working. How long to perfect it? Ooh. I don't know if it's 1,000 hours, but it was pretty high. Oh, we're getting 60 to 70 FPS. Oh, no, it highlights when it knows the limitation. Now I understand what it's saying. So it's not the GPU, it's not the frame limiter, it's clearly the CPU and physics. So we're getting, like, between 50 to 70 FPS right now. And our top speed is massively hampered because we've got the more nodes and the more rolling resistance. There are ways to improve on that. I think anti-bulge and anti-squish are good for reducing rolling resistance, but it is a cheat. And I am well aware of that, so I gave people the option if they wanted to do that or not. Yeah. So basically, what was that, 160 before? Almost 3 times. So like 2.5-ish times. Can't be bothered doing the math for that. Can I? Yeah, I can get rid of that one. Okay. Let's get rid of this. Alright. We are going to look at the skin tiller. Because somebody else... I don't know if it was you or somebody else, but somebody had brought it up. Additional modification. High poly wheels. I should have a default one as well, shouldn't I? Okay. Oh, okay, they're bugging out a bit, are they? I'm going to increase that to 3. I'm going to decrease the overall stiffness by 27. That should probably do it. I might go a little bit of crossbar to 90. Oh, that was on the front. Crossbar, let's take that to 90. Corner stiffness is going to be a lot higher on these ones, so let's go like 50%. Corner stiffness, 50%. Here we go. Seems stable. Good. Alrighty. Let's try it out. Can you see there's a difference with a heavy trailer and drive around curves? We'll give that a try in a bit. Let's just see how we go. You know what, we'll leave stability control on. We'll do a test with that as well. Okay, it becomes a little bit drift happy at about 150-ish and above. 250. Stability control does a pretty good job of holding us in. Just taking a gentle curve. 250. Alright. I might also bring up my normal thing. Oh, I don't have it anymore, do I? Let's put these in. Oh, I hate that there's a small air gap, but okay. That's gonna irk me something. Let's get to 250 again, and I want to see how far over I go before I start to feel rumble in the controller. Okay. Very slight. That's maybe like a third turnover. Alright. Let's try this out. Stability control kicking in hard. Becomes wobbly. That I was kind of aware of. That comes down to things like wall stiffness. Wait, I'm not getting any rumble from the controller. Oh, we are massively hurting on top speed. Is this what you're talking about, the floatiness? To be honest, that's kind of more of a downforce thing than anything else. BeamNG's downforce is not very good. Let's turn off motion blur. I usually really like motion blur. I know a lot of people don't, but I do. It just kind of adds like a bit of a cinematic feel to it, and I like that. You know what, let's get up to speed first. Whatever that'll do. 50 times slower? Maybe 50 times is a little too much. Yeah, that's definitely drifting a lot. So I don't know if I made it public or not, but I have put in a slider for sliding friction coefficient. The other thing that I was informed about... I want to pause. Let's go into this. Apparently, the corner tire nodes, or like division or whatever, will go larger than the middle nodes. So let's check that out. I'm not seeing it. Sorry to people with like brightness sensitive, light sensitivity. This is going to be pretty brutal, but this is what I deal with. Oh, what? Okay, you know what? Let's go home. Let's put in a more powerful engine, and I'm going to turn off the visual mesh. That build time. Not so bad. It's mostly like when you have a lot of stuff like that truck that we had. Oh, that build time was crazy. Sport intake? Oh, here's our turbo stuff. Let's go a little bit reasonable so we don't blow up our engines. Okay, that should be good. Actually, yeah, okay. Let's yeah, at about 100 kilometers an hour, it handles the way you would hope. Okay, let's just try to blast up to, like, closer to 300 kilometers an hour this time. I haven't done really much tire tuning. We're trying to keep it fairly soft. Okay, we're getting close to 300 now. I am not replicating the same expansion issue that they had. I'm gonna turn my frame limiter back on as well. Yeah, we'll go to 60. That's fine. I mean, that used to be the pause button. I can see why they think it is. But it isn't expanding more on the corners than the middle bit. Maybe they're thinking of, that they haven't turned on corner stiffness? Or are they thinking of an off-road tire, maybe? The intake is in the supercharger or turbo. You mean the other way around? The tire do not seem to expand in the middle at high speed. That you would change with the periphery beam stiffness and pre-compression stuff. Oh, we're overheating. I probably should have put a radiator on too. Yeah, no, we're not seeing that issue. So let's go. Needs more information. Corner beams are expanding at high speed. I wonder, are they talking about the tread? That still seems to be fairly in the middle. It's like a little bit more stretched out. Are you saying that you want that tire to become much bigger? I suppose on a drag radial it does that, but you would have less corner thickness for the less corner stiffness for that. Try the truck with tandem trailer? Why? I can't get high speeds on that. Might want to put on a better radiator, yeah. Those wobbly things on the tire, I can feel them through the steering wheel. the wobbly things. What are we talking about here? I wonder if I increase my frame rate, if I will get a clearer slow motion. Yeah, a little bit. Damn it. You know what? I'm just going to change that key binding. Controls. Pause. Which one did I use for pause? I think it was that one. So that is toggle minimap, go away. Advanced, don't know what that means. Assign, good. I have to remember now, I only have to hit exit once to get out of the menus. You can get high speeds on a truck if you use Arcade's engine mod thingy. I think we're fine. Tried rally tires? In what sort of way have I tried? In what regard? Yeah, I think I'm going to need more information from that person to see what they're talking about. As for the slippy slidey thing, that could be the paired node thing. So let's have a look at a default vehicle. This is where things got a little bit tricky. Do I still have that page open? Oh, I closed it. Did I think I may have kept this one. This should help me explain what's happening. So, rolling resistance in BeamNG is very difficult, and that's basically one of the big reasons I know as to why other games, like one of, let me be clear, one of many reasons. Where'd my music go? There it is. Why other games don't actually simulate it. The other one is I've gone in and I've modded. I see how it actually mods. You do predefined behaviors. You don't change anything to do with the tires. And the tires very often, by my experience, are not actually physically touching anything. So they created a... Well, they call it a black box, but they used to call it a elastic layer. Yeah, here now they call it an elastic layer. Apparently it used to be above, but now they make it below. They found that the first time they did it, it decreased their rolling resistance, and what it would do. Let's see if we can find the actual thing here. Increasing the number of nodes tried to make them more continuous to don't solve the problem. The net energy losses, blah blah blah. Because on the not so physically accurate side, we could have applied an additional torque to the wheel to compensate for the increased rolling resistance, but it would reduce the available grip of the tire even more due to the increased propulsion demands being put. Yeah, that's fine. Our second attempt was to break the ground model into two parts. A solid layer below an elastic layer. Yeah, so a solid layer below an elastic layer. So for some reason my brain got it confused and thought it was on top. Having a depth of a few millimeters, this elastic layer absorbed and re-emitted the collision energy back to the nodes when they lifted off again. Internally we called this the black box due to how difficult it was to reason about. So they were just against a wall with their sort of physics simulation. It was also difficult to calibrate correctly, and it behaved unpredictably and could be unstable if run at strength? Run at full strength, okay. I only read this once, by the way. It's been a while. Nevertheless, it helped to reduce rolling resistance by about 3 times, and we relied on it for several years. I can show you what it's like without, because I've got a setting that just turns it off as well now, and you guys will be getting your hands on that if you paid for it. It's just so you can see what it's like with and without. Finally, our breakthrough was a rewrite of the ground model surface layer code so that it behaves in a more predictable way by considering the bigger picture. We extended the top surface's layer's depth by 10 times, so if it was a few millimeters, like 2 millimeters, it'd now be 20 millimeters? Is that what I'm reading here? Depth of a few millimeters. We can call it 1, and then it's up to 10 millimeters. At the moment, we are... ever so slightly. I don't know if you can see that on the stream, but the white line is here, and we're probably a few millimeters under. Yeah, maybe that's a little bit easier to see. I feel that they meant less than a millimeter, to be honest. By 10 times in order to track the trajectory of the node. So, we extended the top surface's layer depth by 10 times in order to track the trajectory of a node. Then we spread the distribution of force through the whole contact period. So as it's going through the whole contact period, it's going to spread out. Instead of applying them all in one instant, as with the black box method, so it takes in it, and then as it leaves, it adds it back in. That was the old way. But now the new way, spread out the distribution forces through the whole contact system, okay? We also control the overall tire uplift, so that the tire rides at the ideal height, which varies with speed. Okay. So I'm guessing what happens is it was expanding too much into the ground after they increased the size of it. Then that's when they also brought in the paired node thing. So let me bring out the paired node stuff. So here's our paired node stuff. We have to get one node and apply it to a different node. Here's a problem with that, is how do I pick which node to attach to? If I just go with this, it'll make it a little bit easier. I think their pair node used to just crisscross. Let's bring out original file. Paired nodes. So inner tire node, out next tire node. Okay, good. So their ones go crisscross. So as it takes it in, it spreads it out upon the next ones. And I have done some checking. It is not side specific. So as you'll see here, there's this is the wrong one. There's 11 versions of paired node. Here we go. This is the normal tire. There's a paired node and a paired node 2. It seems that apparently this is, not a specific thing. So it's not going to take in information from 1 and spread it to 2 because it's mirrored. Let me actually just double check that. I probably shouldn't say it's not mirrored. I did believe I checked it, but I could be wrong. I'll just show you how I do this check. So, this is node 798. Okay. vData nodes 798. Does that have to be in quotes? It does not. Okay, so paired node, the singular, not the second paired node, is 799. That is forwards. Okay, so we know that it goes from forwards to backwards here. Now let's go to the other side, and let's dump an already paired thing. 862. Paired node 1 is 863, which is backwards. So, we know that it's not a directional thing. Otherwise, going backwards would be weird, I'm guessing. So, it's just taking in some of the stuff and spreading it out. And they have specifically designed their system to work this way. And this is why I can't get theirs to work with mine. I don't know if I want to create... Yeah, whatever. We'll have it open for now. We can turn off nodes. We don't have such a neat pattern. I've also... Oh. There's a shift in the pattern. Notice how it's zigzagging now? It doesn't normally do that. Is that less exaggerated on the top? Oh. I'm trying to figure out whether it's an inertia thing or not. I think it's slightly less at top. So it's to do with a contact thing, not an inertia thing or an air pressure thing. Anyway, we figured that out. I had to figure out how I was going to do this. I thought about having the crisscross and then doing something with the middle ones. Actually, you know what? I might do that. And I also considered having it on the sidewall nodes, but they don't go below the ground now that I remember how... Oh! What speed are we at? 1,000 times slower? Okay, let's just, It is expanding more. Huh. So, let's see how that goes for the next center nodes. This is actually another thing. You can see how many nodes are actually properly connecting with the ground here. And this is something that I played with. It's very easy on the default cars to know how many nodes are going to be touching pretty much all the time. It's going to be 3 nodes. Sometimes more. That's all I can really tell you about that. But that's very, very predictable. Not so much here. For one, the more nodes you add, the more friction there's going to be. 2, it's also going to change the no load coefficient stuff. And full load coefficient. And 2, now we could see that it's changing the amount of nodes that are touching by what I would consider default. How would I go about fixing that? So would you liked it? I mean, the devs had done it, and I had heard about it. But I mean, I think I asked first. But, I came up with the idea, but it wasn't an original one, apparently. I'm trying to learn Lua, and it's blowing my brains out. Yeah. There is one website which will help with syntax stuff. It is lua.org /pill /contents.html. I'm just going to quickly copy that. And I'm going to just pop that in the chat. There you go. It's like that one chill programmer that still creates the best things so far. Are you saying like I'm that one programmer that is like that, or I'm like the one that does it sort of thing? Would it be crazy to analyze and reproduce a set of course of tire physics? It's pretty grounded. No, a set of courses tire physics are actually not suited for non-racing applications. And if we're talking the original Assetto Corsa, it's not suited for racing applications. It does pretty well, though. And I would say for racing applications, it's better than BeamNG's. Philman, you gave me a heart attack. I walked past my room and heard a voice, and I thought I was getting robbed. That would be the weirdest robber in the world. The one that does that? Okay, cool. Being medicated for ADHD really helps me be chill. Even if I'm not that chill. Been waiting to update my Mint? Sure. Okay. What are your plans after you get it where you like? That's a bit of a difficult question. For one, I am just going to try to do some bug fixes and some balancing issues like this tire node issue, and I'll talk about what I'm thinking in a second. Which I think this could be fixed with a pattern redesign, to be honest. The other one is, and that's going to get then its release, and everybody that's bought it so far is going to get that version. From then on, it's going to be updates, and you're going to have to get it again or just have a subscription. It's entirely up to you. I don't know. I may have like another couple of videos on this topic to make them better or more accurate, maybe talk more about it, do little improvements. Once it is fully done, it'll probably go to a full free release. It's going to sound smooth-brained, but if you get way too much friction because of the node count, if you know the average nodes are the default, can't you just scale it to the sums of the same? Not so simple. Let's go back home. Now there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 nodes touching. We can guarantee that 1, 2, 3, 4 nodes are touching. You can already see the problem? Okay, let's move forward a little bit. Now how many nodes are touching? Okay, something's unhappy. Now there's 5 nodes touching. Like, it is a very different tire model compared to theirs. So, if we go forward, now there's at least 2, probably 3. Stop again, 3. Stop again. Can't actually tell we're on top of something there. 1, probably 2. But still probably 3 are touching. And if we get up to speed, let's go like 250. Okay. We have 2, probably 3 nodes. 2. Two nodes there, okay. 3 nodes. Like it's balancing between 3 nodes. Oh, sorry, 2 and 3 nodes, generally. If we now slow down, like let off the accelerator. 1. Oh, it'll reach points there where it actually only touches 1. But you are lifting off the throttle and lifting up a lot high. So you can see the kind of issue there. So that is actually realistic behavior. I get the feeling that is actually touching 2 nodes. Yeah. But now back to here, we not only have an unknowable amount of nodes that goes a lot differently. Whoa! Do you see this? This side is moving at a different frame rate than the other side. Oh, no, it's gone away now. Damn it. Oops. Oh. Oh, it's not doing it anymore. Anyway. But now if we start changing the subdivisions, it'll have a different amount of nodes. So I did actually try to fix this. So now with this amount of nodes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I've also got the ability to turn up num arrays. So I did a bit of math. I tried to guesstimate how many nodes there were. That was the wrong thing to do. Get rid of you. Oh, we're on the wrong thing. That's why I couldn't find it. Here? No? Here. Okay. So I did a bit of thing for array node compensator, which is to do with like the array nodes or num arrays around the wheel. I did a bit of math there to come up with a number to help divide by, and then I did a node div compensator, which takes in the amount of div nodes by tread div, and then times it by that, and then we try to balance it out a little bit, make it a little bit more even. And then I tried to say that there was 4 nodes, which gives us a slightly more bias towards more friction value for the div node compensator. And then we go in here, and we have a value that's higher than 1 that'll divide the friction coefficient. But that is clearly changing as we get into higher speeds because we're having less nodes touch the ground. Then you could just time the friction and times the friction entirely by friction compensation. I just had a thought. I'll have to look at it in a bit. If we change friction coefficient. Oh, hey, thanks. Hey, Phil, did you like my crawling video? Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. Let's just quickly change this up a little bit. Wait, what the hell? Did I miss one? Oh. Sorano Emmy. Thanks for the 100 ARS? What's that? $0.10. Argentina peso. Okay. Well, thanks anyway. Let's do a little bit of some guesstimation at the moment. So we have... I was doing some maths with this already. Like, here's the maths I was trying to come up with to figure out how to change this value. We're at 3 tread div and 16 num arrays. From here, slow contact is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see if there's much else. Nope, it's just those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's 7 touching. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we count that one. 5, 6, 7. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, maybe 6. That's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's 7. Okay. Now let's get up to speed. So, or actually, you know what? No. We're going to move a little bit. Now we have touching. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we still got 7 touching there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now there's 6 touching. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know if that one's really touching. So let's go 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Let's go between 6 to 7 nodes are touching. Now let's go up to speed. And we'll try to get to like 250. Nah, screw it. We'll get to 300. You know what's already getting floaty? You know what? Let's do a 150 and then a 300. So, is it a node issue? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 50 kilometers an hour. 6. Anything more than that? Hey, thanks for becoming a member, Breno Beeman G. Good work, boss. I died on Minecraft, so time for me to retire from the internet. Sure. I think that one's touching. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's go 6 to 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That one is not touching. Is that one touching? I don't think that one's touching, technically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I think that one's touching. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this one's got 8. Let's go a little bit more. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one's not. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so we're like 5 to 8. Oh, 5 to 8. That is a problem. Let's go all the way up to... Was that just swaying? Who knows. Let's go up to 300 and try again. And 290, whatever. We can just call it there. How many are touching? 4. 5? 5. Yeah, that one is not touching. That's not touching. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'll look over here. I think that one counts. That one does, that one doesn't. So that's 2. That one doesn't. 4. Oh. 3? Okay, what else we got here? 1, 2, 3. Yep, 5. Oh, yeah, I can see that it's attaching there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. No, just 4. Is 5 the upper range then? 4 to 5. Last one. We'll give it another try as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 to 5. Yeah. One, 2, 3, 4. Do I give it to that one? Almost. But not quite. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Clearly that's 4. Is that 4? Yeah, that's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not going to give it to that one. 5. No, 4. Yeah. Mostly 4, but could be up to 5. So, we can see the issue now. It has its most connection. Seems to have more, but it doesn't act like it. And then at that, I could write a controller that changes the friction values as speed goes up. My brain is suited to remembering Polish countries, not magic. Sure. J-Beam, the part system, is much easier. It's like a list. The lure is basically changing the entire game. Yeah, so that's a pretty good way of putting it. A lot of the coders won't actually consider Beam and G a J-Beam coding. They consider it just making tables. I don't know if I agree with that, because though it is like tables, dictionaries, and arrays, they like, you are actually changing things. You're changing the behavior. You're doing one thing and it has not just the effect that you want, but it can have a cascading effect. I would consider that to the level of programming, just not a particularly in-depth one. It's very easy to find cause and effect, whereas Lua, you have to do more equations type stuff. Oh, you don't have to, but like that's generally what you'll be using it for. Otherwise, you could just do it in a J-Beam. Will it change if you turn the car side to side? Yeah, no, but that's normal. When you turn side to side, you should have more nodes touching. Do you trust yourself with raycasting and compiling area based on ray hits? I don't want to do that. That's too much calculations. Apparently, it's very inefficient. Have any devs? Yes, they have, and I don't know whether they liked the fact that I did a good job on the mod, or the good job that I was able to do it. But they did say they saw it and they liked it. But yeah, as I said, it was a little bit ambiguous. I did apologize a little bit for the salt, but I don't know if I'm ever going to really be able to tone down my salt. I'm just a salty person sometimes. Compared to Lua, JBeam is a Hello World script. Kinda. But I still think that that's underselling it. You can also do maths in JBeam. It's quite common, actually. Do the tires conduct heat any more or less than the OGs? Apparently, it's compatible with the tire thermals mods that are out there at the moment. But apparently, somebody said that they'll... Because I was going to look at it, but apparently they said that they're going to look at it as well. I might do my own. Who knows? The most coding I've done ever was Scratch and School. Alright, that's fair. Need to hire me at some point? Probably going to cost too much. Because I'm not just expensing my time, but I'm expensing the time that my channel will be dying. Because of inactivity. But this grade, we're supposed to learn Python. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, Lua and Python are not a whole lot different. And I've been trying to learn Python, but I have such low amounts of need for use for it. Every single time I've tried to learn it, I then drop it for months, and then I come back and I'm like, oh, I forgot how this all works. Lua is quicker? Yeah. I mean, all JBeam stuff goes through Lua. Or does it go through C, then through Lua? I'm not sure. All they are is tables. And then it tells it to do the stuff in the tables, I believe, in Lua. Should it have less node touching at the high speed and have more friction? See, that's what I'm thinking of doing. Do I chuck in a controller that changes friction based upon speed? Oh, also the connecting touching nodes with the ground are going to change with the amount of air pressure and the beam stiffness. Now, the air pressure one makes sense. The less nodes you have... Oh, sorry, the less pressure you have, the more friction you have. But that is something to keep in mind. If the tire nodes can output if they touch geometry just from the base API, can that skip some coding? The tire nodes can touch output if the tire nodes can output if they touch geometry just from the base API, can that skip some coding? Potentially. But that's doing a lot of checks, because I'm going to have to be checking every node, every hertz.
The variability might be caused by the irregular shape of your nodes. You might want to look at other more symmetrical patterns for the topology.
I have actually looked at that, and that was a small thing that I touched on, but that was a big thing in the actual development of the mod. Where did I save this? Oh, it's here. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for the $5, by the way, Kill Hour. Yeah, there was a lot of doing maths to try to find out And basically where I stopped was a symmetrical pattern. And I was trying to figure out if what I was doing was always going to be perfectly symmetrical. It was a little bit too hard to figure out in BeamNG. But then I later on figured out a better way of doing it. One thing. This is a 1 division. This was my initial plan. There was one problem I had with this one, is the nodes down the middle would fling out a lot more. I did later realize what the problem was. I thought this was the problem, but as you can see, there's a fairly big flat area there, and these are in line with this, so you would have to figure out how to do that. But then, how do you subdivide this? So if we go... I can't? Yeah, that doesn't work. Now we have different node things happening. This is not actually the main one, is it? Because I had many different iterations. What's the one I'm thinking of? Yeah, okay. So this was like the, I think, kind of getting towards the final one where I just ended up going in stripes. What I wanted to do is, if you have a look at the BeamNG default tires, let's bring out one. What was I doing? Oh yeah, so they only have 16 num rays, which means the wheel is divided into 16 polygons, or pairs of polygons, so it would be 32. But they get a little bit of extra smoothness by offsetting the tires a little bit, so then this isn't directly in line with that one, and then you're not having like just like 16 thuds going around. Instead it's offset, so then you have 32 thuds going around and it's evened out. It would have its own problems, but you get the idea. I was trying to do that. Oh, wait, no, sorry. And then here, the first initial design, that's 2 nodes thudding, then 1 node thudding, so that was going to be uneven. Then I showed you the single subdivision one. I even considered limiting this to having even only, so then this way would be a little bit easier to do, as you can see there. But then for each tire size, you'd have to find like a ratio to make sure that that's in line. I didn't like the fact that we're still having the single thuds all the way around. What else we got in here? This is getting very close to the version that I had. Don't worry about the triangles, though. The triangles are an entirely different story. In fact, we can go in, delete, only faces. So, like even here, that's a little bit misleading. Like, you get the idea that it is just squares with beams in between. There is no actual structure to triangles. Triangles are only for collision stuff. He was one of the ones that I tried to do a little bit more fancy to keep it more symmetrical. This would end up just exploding outwards and then create the 2 divisions. I think I talked about that a little bit. Here we then evolve even more. This one, I tried for a little bit, but all it would do is end up just straightening out anyway, and it would end up looking like this one anyway. So that was Not feasible. I think we're getting now into the more weird ones. I think this one had problems, so like the least amount of beams, but it had problems with stretching in the middle a lot more than what it should. But you know what? Maybe I didn't create the periphery beams. Maybe I did? I can't remember. This is like a month ago. This is like early trying to figure things out. Then I tried to create like a weird pattern one. I think the problem here is they were not evenly divided again. As you can see, they're creating uneven hits. I wanted to increase that maximum smoothness for node count. I think that's just an iteration. Yeah. This one has uneven things, so as you can see here, this has 3 collisions, then 2 collisions, then 3 collisions, then 2 collisions, and that would be uneven. I didn't want that. Now I know that that's even more important due to... I can't remember where I was going with that. My brain failed on me. My ADHD medication is starting to wear off. Do some technical checking on what we can do to just yoink the work we need from what it already... What are we talking about? Unrelated, but I think your extended Roma mod doesn't work anymore. Yeah, I have the update for that. I just keep forgetting to put it out. What's your favorite mod you built? So that one's a little bit complicated. I think it's this one now. Previously, it was the 6-wheel vehicle, even though that was just a... an automation car. I did a lot of heavy work on that one. I like that a lot. The other one would be probably the Group 5... Shoot. What was it again? Group 5. Is it the... It's not the Moonhawk, is it? Yeah, it's the Moonhawk. The Group 5 Moonhawk is probably my favorite. What I might do is open up a thing here, a new thing. Tread pattern submissions. And we could probably do some testing. I might even make a video at it if I get enough submissions. Yeah, let's go with this. Then let's edit it. Permissions. Wait, where's slow mode? Slow mode off. Let's make that 6 hours. Announcement chat. Oh! Ah. I'll have to look into that. Hiding activity after 3 days. Let's make it 1 week. Then let's go... submit a schematic for tread patterns. Wait, actually, you know, I'm going to quickly save that. So then we have the slow mode on already, so people don't start spamming in there. Submit a... How do you spell schematic? Fuck me. I'm so dyslexic. Schematic. Okay, with a ch sound. What a stupid language we speak. Submit a... must... have even collisions every time a node collides, being odd or specify if it's for odd, even, odd or even only. Then give different rotation amounts so I can input it. Amounts. So I can input it. Rotations. No, that's fine. Input it. You know what? This should be dot points. Must have. Different rotation amounts, so I can input it. What else? Writing on a chalkboard, this is. I use mint. Sometimes harder than English? Ugh. I know that we have the same root language. What else? Must have even collisions every times. Specify if it's for odd or even only divisions. What's the final one? I had it a second ago, whilst I was writing the last one. Oh yeah. Visual representation, so I can have a look. Can be 2D or 3D picture. Visual, let's just go pictures. There, that's easier. Pictures, so I can have a look, can be 2D or 3D picture. Sure. I think people understand that I'm not asking them to send me a 3D picture, just a drawing or a 3D model picture. All right. Okay. Now what were we doing? Oh yeah, we're having a look at the subdivision. At the moment, I probably have to compensate for that by increasing friction values. If we go from 7 to 5, we should probably also do a different one as well, because it's going to be different with more tread divs. So let's go 6 tread div now. I did all my testing on 4, but that's because I realized at the time it was linear, but this is going to be a little bit different because we're doing it at speed. Oh yeah, that's right. I was going to also go over one that I was considering. So if we have a look at a normal one. Okay, BeamNG stopped working apparently. Okay, that's thing. I think it's 22, RX 22.5. Nope. It was RX 11.25, I think. Yeah. Then, good. Okay. My other plan was to create the subdivisions along this, because this is what a default one looks like. I just realized I already kind of had this, didn't I? Why did it explode? How did it used to... It used to explode in some way. I've got it in my video. You know what? Let's have a quick look. You guys could see how much the views are brought in. $950. That's like 3 times my normal amount after releasing a video. That's insane. That's a lot of views. It's also on a 2-day delay. I want to look at the video. Now, where is it? So I don't think we've gotten up to it yet. Here we go. Okay, so this is the one. All right, let's get to the part where it pops out. Do I go over it yet? No, I don't. Oh, I can almost see it. Oh, that is so low resolution. What the fuck? Oh, I cut away from it too. All right, we're at 2915. Let's go to DaVinci Resolve. I was recently discovered in F1 field that the airspace circulating within the tire plays a huge role in pressure and temperature. Yeah, that's something I've been considering as well, is like the wake of air pressure. 2215. Needs. Oh, 2915. Ah! Is this not using proxies? There we go. 29... Okay. What? Yeah. Do we get a better shot of this? I want to know how it moves. Maybe I just had it set up wrong. It does not like rewinding. Okay. It just instantly is the next frame over? Huh. Damn it. Did I... I hate... So, DaVinci Resolve, kind of good, kind of bad. They don't expect people to be editing, like, 5-hour-long things. Source, full screen, okay. Let's rewind a bit, let's see if we got some more. Can we get a spawn-in shot? Come on. Yeah, I didn't do it in slow-mo, did I? Damn it. That would have been good. So, what's happened is it's pulled this node down. This used to be in line. But that is not even on both sides, which leads me to think that I just had the beam set up wrong. And I think I must have given up because I was like, yeah, sure, at this point, why don't I just create more than one strand and try to automate it. So if this band went that way, then this band goes this way. We might revisit this as a video for like doing different tread patterns. And I think I might revisit that one. Okay. Done with you. You're good. How would I change this up? I think that's kind of as good as it gets. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I stuffed up on the other one, but yeah, well, oh wait. No, I know why I didn't do that one. There is a very good reason as to why I didn't do that. Let me just quickly explain it to you. This has 16 nodes. If we go to statistics, it's very small. We have 16 vertices selected on the other side. We have 16 vertices selected. In the middle, we have 32 vertices. So that is one of the problems. So we would be trading having to have more nodes, twice the amount of nodes, every single time we add another subdivision in. But we do get a nice, fairly even thing. The other downside of this one is it would have to be fairly even for it to be a smooth thing. Otherwise, if we try to scale out like we did, you could see that this becomes uneven. Because this is how like a radial would kind of behave. And then this is how a crossply would behave. So you would want different differences. You would have to implement some complex way of evening that out. Or just having really stiff beams, which you probably don't want. It would probably go with a anisotropic beam. So then they would be stiff on compression, but stiff on expansion, but not on compression. So under compression, it would compress under the tile normally, but as it pulls away, it would become normal again quite easily, and it would hold its shape fairly well. 4 and 20 subdivisions, huh? Out of curiosity, would you suggest starting small with modding, or perhaps is there a good tutorial you have seen? Start small. Put a part on, replace a part. I don't know what's happened with Andy MD. Oh, we're not on YouTube. MB. Okay, got close. I did a video with him, but I don't know if that video is going to come out because it kind of turned into a bit of a shit show, and it has been a few weeks now. But apparently he's editing through his videos. I don't know. Where I tried to teach him, but yeah, I taught him kind of like with a too complicated mod. The next time around, we're going to do something a little bit simpler if he ends up getting the time to do it. Take a part from one car and try to put it on another one, and then you'll learn so many different things like nodes, placement, beam connections for between the new nodes and whatnot, and how to implement things, make slot types match, and how flex bodies kind of work. Once you're done with that, go to documentation, BeamNG. This is only when you get to the level of feeling comfortable. We're at the end of the playlist. Let's go to the next playlist. Oh, page. Maybe it's under vehicles? Tutorials? Okay. Yeah, so they got some tutorials in here. Basic car tutorial. So what this does is it takes a lot of the Autobello stuff, and then they talk about making it into a thing. I made a video on this. It wasn't a particularly in-depth video, but it's it kind of shows that you could do this. This is fairly complicated. It goes into all of the different things. It's a bit outdated. Yeah, okay. It's not outdated in a bad way. So what they're suggesting there is you make a JBeam file from scratch, and what you'll do is you'll go select every individual node, kind of like select it there. Then you would read, they have a little thing here, and then they have the dimensions for where the node would be, and you put that in by hand into... They had a node example here into this, and then you would just input everything, and then once you'd gone through half of it, you could just copy and paste, change positive to negative, and name it left and right. So you only have to really do half the work. The other thing is they have created their own official tools for BeamNG. Sorry, for Blender to export JBeam stuff. No, to modify JBeam stuff. Yeah, can't remember exactly. Anyway, you get the idea. So it's a bit out of date in that regard. You can automate the making process once you've created the structure in BeamNG. I thought that the price might have been a bit high on the Patreon, to be honest. I considered dropping it. Because originally, the Patreon was only for people that wanted to support me. Now it's for people that want the mod as well. I might... look into changing how that works. There's Minecraft Bedrock clients that literally only let you see your clicks per second frame rate and makes you sprint automatically, which you can do yourself. That costs more than your Patreon. Damn, really? It's tweak, not twerk. Wasn't sure to start out with? Yeah. Start with swapping a part from one car onto a different car. Check out my J-beaming tutorial. It is not the best. I have since learned more, but it does a pretty good job. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to check out the friction values with an OK setup tire, and I'm going to switch how my paired nodes work. Hey, Rye! Damn, I haven't seen you around in yonks. I'm so confused. Let's bring out... Let's go the amateur rally version. Do you like V8 supercars? I used to, now it's just kind of mid, to be honest. What engine do we have in here? Rear subframe. How'd that cameo go that I recorded for you, twin turbos? Is that video coming along? Race intake, good. Okay, we should have plenty of power then. I changed that. Why is it? SG grid glow. Oh, maybe I didn't save the material itself. Roughness down. Oh, it does cube map by default, huh? See shadows? Should have its own thing, but we can go level. None? Still works. Whatever. That'll do. Save. Save. Okay, there we go. Did I call you out? On the not doing that video that I did a thing for? You like my mods? Cool. I think your thing is bugging. I'm not sure what you're saying. You have to specify what it is that you think is bugging. Tuning. Oh, let's put the part on, I suppose. I almost... It seems a little bit unhappy, methinks. Let's go to 3. I like 3 subdivisions, to be honest. Let's drop the stiffness by... Let's go 25%. If there's a little bit of shimmy, I find dropping 5% works. If there's a decent amount of shimmy, all the way up to 20%, anything over that is for, like, exploding sort of tires, generally. Oh, yeah, we're still shimmying a little bit. So let's drop another 5%. And then... we start increasing other things like... tread corner stiffness, let's go like 50%. Tire wall crossbar, let's go 80. Wall stiffener. Wait, I wonder, is that the beam that I couldn't find? Let's put this on here as well. 80, 80. Stiffness. Okay. Now if I turn up... we're at the rear, right? Yeah, we're at the rear. Hey, thanks for the $2. Is there any way you can make resolution more stable? Are you talking like, is it bitrate compressing? I have noticed, one, if you have YouTube Premium, you can have a more stable option. And two, anything other than like the highest resolutions on the video player, it's going to do its own compression and it's not going to be great. Make the wheel resolution. Oh, no. The tire resolution, that is just unstable. That is just how that is. It is unfortunate. I do not control the gods on that one. I could try to automate it, but it's going to be so different all the time. It really kind of needs to be set per vehicle. Now, if I go wall stiffener, let's go 0% on that. Wall stiffener isn't... Oh, I think it's that one. Let's go minus 40 on that one. Okay, let's try that out. I might have to drop it a little bit more now. Again, that's seeming quite happy. What were we doing? I can't remember. What was the thing we were about to test? Test the thermals mod? The creator of it has tested it and they said it works. But I'm thinking I might make my own. I think it's hitting make node count per vehicle. It's like 4096. I'm not sure what you're saying. Is there a node limit? Is that what you're saying? Because I just had the truck with all of its tires out and it was fine. Well, not 100% fine. It took forever to load in and my frame rate was almost thirded. Is this something that maybe in the future could be put on the game mod place itself? I play with GeForce now because I have a... Not sure what you're asking. There is a free version and it will be coming. I'm sorry that it's been delayed. Unfortunately, not my... in my control. Oh, my camera's just really slow. Okay, you know what? Let's increase that tire wall bulge. It needs a little bit. Corner stiffness. No. Tire bulge. Let's increase that by... That's on the front. 2 millimeters. And go even more than that. Let's go 4. Is that on the rear? Yeah, that's on the rear. Good. We might increase that radius as well. Less than that. There we go. 4 and 2. No, that one's pretty good actually. It just needs to be a little bit more out. We'll just do that by 1. Alright, I'm happy with that. Race. That's face. Race. High poly wheel. 1. Okay. Oh yeah, we were gonna look at increasing friction values, huh? Alright, what are we looking at? We're at about 200 kilometers an hour. Let's undo beams. Let's get rid of mesh. Bring back nodes. Show feet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. We seem to be running low on power. Let's increase that tire wall stiffness. And that wall stiffener. And try that again. Let's see how much of a difference that makes. We were struggling to get over, what was it, 210? Now, realistically, in the real world, they do actually have that's just skirting on its own. Stiffer tire walls. Maybe this is the floating thing they were talking about. Are they actually floating? 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5. Okay, what do we got over here? 1, 2, 3, 4. That is half the nodes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe 5. Yes, 5 to 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe 7. I should probably remove the triangle so then people don't get confused. Triangles do not have much to do with any of this. Oh, but then again, I have to use that to be able to see what we're doing. One. I don't think I'm counting that one. 2, 3. Only 3 nodes on this one, huh? Oh no, I think this one. No, it's not touching. 3, maybe 4. Okay. Oh yeah, we never finished this off, did we? Now, we can create a controller and very easily just have it attached to high poly wheels. And through that, we could change the friction values of the tires. I don't know if I fully agree with that soggy hamburgers, but it is an issue. We get into a problem. So, lighter nodes can move, can accelerate faster. We can all say that lighter things can accelerate faster, because we know from cars, if you take away a lot of weight, they can accelerate a lot faster generally. That's just the general rule. What that means is if you have a node that ever tries to vibrate, which will happen, BeamNG, it just will happen, it'll try to vibrate closer to the nigh quest limit. Audio Nyquist. That's Liquist. Nyquist limit. Nyquist limit. So the game engine runs at 2000 megahertz. So basically, what this says is, as you approach half of the frequency maximum, for us it's 2000, so that would be 1000, it'll become less accurate. And as you go beyond that, it cannot be counted as accurate at all whatsoever. So that's why it becomes unstable if you try to make the nodes lighter. And why it's not just a binary stable, not stable. It starts to become less accurate, and as it reaches there, it just cannot be accurate, and it just becomes whatever it thinks, which is not going to be good. And what'll happen is a node will go that way, but realistically what it would do then is then go back that way and then back that way, except it goes that way, and then it would want to go that way and then back that way again. All it's going to do is just add on that again, and then poof, that node goes out and the thing explodes. Kind of, vaguely. I don't know if that's exactly 100% right, but you get the idea of why it becomes unstable. Reducing the weight of the nodes would require you to go into the game engine and increase the frequency. Uh-oh. Known issues? Hazy is not in here. What the hell? That's damp cutoff. That's actually something I'm going to be looking into too. I don't know where I found it. There was something in the game stuff that talked about the engine frame rate. Modding, programming, languages, debugging. I don't know. Anyway, you can see why reducing the weight is a problem. So then it comes to a trade-off. Do you need the tire fidelity? If not, then stick with the default stuff. Or try to reduce the weight and then reduce the beam stiffness and see whether the beams are not too soft, because there's a slider in there to reduce the weight. Then there's, if you need the fidelity, do you need the top speed and whatnot of the vehicle? And are you willing to put up with the inertia for a different feel of tire? Because it comes with trade-offs. Internet Crime Complaint Center? Huh? So how does this work? Tire PSI? I don't know what you're asking. With tire PSI? You just change the PSI. So calculate the radial rotation of the node if it's at to limit the friction coefficient. I'm not sure if that's the route I want to go down though, is having a custom controller to change the friction limits. I doubt that that has to do with our top speed, but it could. Let's quickly chuck in a controller. Did I leave a controller in? I think I did. Yeah, I did. This was to change... I had an issue where it wouldn't change gears. Except we don't need that no more. We're going to go with... controller, not debug tries, But shoot, what do we want? High poly. I know I'm spelling poly wrong, but whatever. High poly friction comp. And see. Nah, I don't want to have a really long name. Let's just go high poly friction. Then lower vehicle new vehicle controller. Do we have, where's defunct? Old versions? Vehicle. Okay, it was just under controller, huh? Okay, we could do that. New file. .lua. And we're going to compare it to this. So I can just grab some things. Need an init. Yeah, there was a lot in here. A lot in here. Friction active. Update. Actually, I'll just grab you. Okay, and now this is gonna have if wheel speed electrics dot values dot actually I'm gonna need to dump because wheel speed is for each wheel. I wonder if there's a vdata dump vdata dot wheels. Is that a thing we can do? No. Oh no, hold on. There we go. Okay, there is individual ones. Slip. ABS slip rotation target. 18? What is that? Oh, then we run out of lines. Okay. I'm looking for speed. Oh. I should probably turn those on, shouldn't I? Because they're not doing anything? Oh, okay. Well, I'll have a look into that. Or maybe... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, no, I circumvented that. That doesn't matter. Friction coefficient, full load coefficient, global skin has tire, hub beams, hub friction coefficient, hub group, hub node material, hub node weight, hub periphery beam, hub radius. FR. We have the PSI, which I'm guessing updates if you change the tire pressure live. Or maybe that's the default value. Yeah, it doesn't look like we have the information we want. You love the grind? Oh, there's a lot of grinding and coding. What is being changed about the tires? At the moment, we're troubleshooting. Let's have a look at electrics dot values quickly to see if there's like an individual tires thing. Electrics dot values. There should be wheel speed. There's wheel thermals. Okay, that's all in there now. There's virtual airspeed. Like, this would be the easiest way to do it with least amount of calculations. There's wheel speed, but that's all wheels. Average wheel AV. So this is to do with its RPM, like rotation speed. I don't know if it's actually rotations per minute. I think it is, though. What's the difference between flow airspeed and airspeed? Maybe there's... Okay, if you got wind, maybe. I'm not seeing an individual wheel speed thing. Though I do know that there is actual individual wheel speeds. Because you can get that one wheel debug app in the game that goes over it. Wheel speed. Let's see if we can find an individual wheel speed section. RPM spin is what you need? But, where was that? Average, electric stop values is updated live. Oh yeah, I'd have to do maths. I'd have to do, on an initiation, a tire radius along with the speed. The thing is I want it done per tire, and if you're doing a burnout, you're going to get more friction. See the problem? That's not great for drag racing. I don't want to go through and check the node's height every frame. Let's just do a very simple one for the time being. Let's just go wheel speed. Wheel speed will give us an actual, like, a proper thing for now. Just wheel speed, all lowercase. Wheel speed is greater than... What are we at? I can't be bothered doing the maths. 60 is 214, so let's go 20. Then... Actually, you know what? I probably should do the math. I suppose I could make it linear from 0, but whatever. 20... meters a second to kilometers an hour. DuckDuckGo sucks. That's 72. You know, let's make it 150. That way we can test exactly before and after. That's 41. Let's go 41. Okay, that is 5 to 8. We should even actually really have more at that point. Toroidal cone and cylindrical external L-beams to prevent the external nodes from shearing relative to the internal nodes. I suppose you could do that. It wouldn't be too hard, but it'd have to be its own custom thing. Alright. We're gonna just increase the friction. So, how do we go in? Do we add nodes to a group? Or can we just change tire groups? Friction coefficient is what we want, or coef, sorry. VData nodes. What group are they in? Tread nodes? Okay, they're all in tread nodes. Wheels.wheels.tread nodes? Let's try wheels.wheels to start with. Wheels.wheels. Let's go 1. Okay, we have the tread nodes there. Good, okay. So, wheels.wheels. Wheels.wheels. Oh, tread nodes is a subcategory, isn't it? It is. This is under 1. Okay. So wheels.wheels do if A equals tread nodes capitals, right? Tread, yep, that's correct. Then V dot. No, wait, no. That's not right. No, it's a set value thing. Because if I just change it in V data, that will only change what the game has it registered at. It won't actually, in fact, update the live physics. I did this in my wheel nodes mod. Give me a second. All right. Lower vehicle. Friction Set node friction sliding coefficient. That's all I have. I wonder if there's a... Where did I get this from? Oh no, I do have the... No, I don't have the dumps, do I? Oh wait, I wonder if I have dumps there. I do not. Damn it. What did I get? Okay, let's go to here, and we'll search for it here. And see if we can find the other one. Set node friction. Set node radius... Radius? Oh, okay, that's for different stuff. Extensions editor. Don't care about editor. That is an entirely different thing. Oh, wait, no. No, I remember how this works now. It says the friction and the sliding friction. Okay. Alright, that's what we're going to change. What did I do? I just did a 1-1. So there's the CID of the node. There's this. And that. So there is only the 3 values. Okay. High poly friction. You get replaced. Wait, no, this is wrong. For... Don't think I need that. Node CID we'll use again. In IPES... B A dot tread nodes B dot tread nodes. Yeah, no, that's correct. Yep, that's good. All right. Node CID is coming through. We don't... Wait, what is the... One of these will be the correct one. We'll go with that for now. Friction will be 1. All right, let's find a derivative. Oh, actually, you know what? We don't need that right now. Friction and sliding friction coefficient. Which one is which? I feel that this is the friction, and this is the sliding friction. Let's do a little bit of advanced search. Node. Friction. Advanced search. Beam state. So that's getting the original. Stage 2. I never remember what stage 2 is. Yeah, that does not help me though. think that's if you're building and making a node. Alright. We'll go with this for now. Let's try increasing this to 2 for now. And... oh. And... local start frick. Local end frick. This does not go into initiation, and yeah, this goes into reset. I'm gonna mess with this in a second. Local is over speed. False. True. If that and other way around, so we could switch this on and off quite easily. False. So we can switch it back on. Oh, you know what? We can also... yeah, we can double check this on both, so then we don't have to do the tables every frame. It's over speed. False. Okay. So, if we are over speed, and we are previously not over speed, we'll then set over speed, which will then... yeah, that should work. But we have to set up a reset. m.reset equals reset. On initiation, I don't think it particularly matters. Except we're going to grab the friction coefficient on initiation. Start and end. Start, front. Rear. Rear. Okay, now we have some values. We can make these all just equal to 1 for now. Next is... I suppose we can get v.data wheels at this point and just do a quick check. Dump v.data dot wheels. Okay. So v.wheels and wheels.wheels are the same thing, apparently. Alright. For... This song is kind of irritating me. Now that we're in here, I'm going to override it as a table, aren't I? Hey, thanks for the $5.
Just working to pay for this, appreciate someone new in a management role of sorts. Love your videos and streams.
Just working to pay for this, appreciate someone new in the management role of... You've got somebody in a new person in management roles? I'm not in a management role. Why am I playing music I don't like? I just got the YouTube audio libraries playlist going on, like, no accreditation required. I just wrapped up modding Beam for the night, winding down by watching someone else mod. Sounds about right. What I want to do is I want to get in and set the values. Can I... Do I have like a... If it's a front or rear? I can do that, can't I? If B... Oh, thanks for $5, by the way. Xox. That's a name and a half. If B is... No, B dot... Its name, right? There's hub group. We could go with that. FR. Okay. Name equals FR. Then... front coefficient is equal to B dot... There would be friction here, right? Friction coefficient? Friction coef. Why is it still 1? That should be probably a different value. I'm gonna go wheels.wheels. Eight. Where's friction coefficient? What did I just dump? Wheels up, wheels up. Well, okay, no, that's fine. Let's go friction coef. Doesn't exist. Why is there so much in wheels.wheels? Strange. Anyway. And front friction coefficient is going to be... Actually? Why do I have an end? What was my brain thinking? And if b.name. This is also going to have to be v.data_wheels. v.data.wheels. If b.name is equal to then oh yeah, this is going to be the value that I changed, whatever. B.friction and okay. Now as it goes through, it'll reset this back to I've tried to do this the hard way, haven't I? Alright, let's do v.data_wheels again. Do we have anything to do with front or rear? No, okay. ABN wheels do. I suppose we could just grab all the nodes as well, and then we just do a single v.data_wheels. Oh, v.data_nodes, sorry. Local front node table. Local rear node table. Or FL RL. Doesn't matter if we rewrite it. Front node table is equal to b dot tread nodes. There we go. Then we can get rid of you. For A, B, in pair, I pairs. There we go. This is basically a while you're in there sort of thing. Then rear node table. We're starting for... Okay, good. Wait. No, that's correct. Okay. Then we can simply go through and make this a lot easier. Hey, thanks for the $2. Alright, the role is different when it's said HR. Alright, the role is different than what's said HR. Oh, are you talking about me being in the BMP team? Yeah, that's a thing that's happened. If anybody doesn't know, I'm on the BMP team now. Let's just go 2. And this can stay as 1. Oh, wait, no, 2. Sorry, yeah, and then the friction. Okay. Yeah. I haven't really spoken about it publicly because it's not a public-facing job that we have, or that I've been assigned, I suppose, is probably the way of saying it. I'm helping BeamMP deal with internal conflicts and whatnot. Along with Octo, who's actually here right now, Octopus Cardor. How would this person have known that we didn't release that? Oh, was that not meant to be public? Yeah, it's not a public-facing thing anyway. So it's not going to affect anybody, except for people on the team. I think we're good here. We've got this set up. Now what we do... go in and reactivate the mod. I don't know if I like this new UI. I'm gonna Control L this. Control R this. Did I put in a print to make sure that this is working? I did not. Print. High poly friction is active. Activating high poly friction. Deactivating high poly friction. Hopefully that's how you spell deactivating. It just doesn't really matter though. And missed an end there, so that's good that I found that. Should probably also put this here. I'm surprised that didn't throw an error. Oh. Hey, look at that. It threw an error. 13. Oh, I already did that. That was already done. Then expected near equals. Oh. I hate how this has to be double equals. Is it just then you can see it a little bit clearer? Otherwise, it's just irritating to have to separate those. Alright, Control L this. What do we got? It's going to say the same error still. It is not good. Refresh. 18. Then accepted near. Oh. I wonder if I could just Control R this. Sometimes it works. Why is this? But overspeed is not true. Oh, what the? Put these in the wrong places. Oh, nope. There we go. And we'll put one here as well. Okay. Alright, let's see if that fixes the issue. Looks good. Friction active. Good, okay. Now it should blip once we go over the speed. Why did it activate, deactivate? Yeah, last one on is it is activating. Okay. Okay, yeah, that instantly becomes a lot skatier. Come on, more power, please. There you go. And then you can see that it grips up a lot more, but it's still wobbly and wayward. So, its forward axis is like this way. That's in line with the rear nodes. Oh. So, there's a natural tendency to want to have this aligned. And then it fights for either side to get priority. Yeah, I get that. I'm guessing that's meant to be just a Honda. But it could also be a single one, because we're asking an if, which means that there's, what, no chance that we're assigning a value? Wait, BeamNG, I don't know what GmbH is, don't do their own multiplayer service. I think it's because they're focusing on the game for now. There has been murmurs that they have been planning to do that, but if they are, it's way down on the list of priorities, and they could just let people use the mod. I generally don't know how to follow with any solutions to this. The mod hasn't been released yet, has it? No, not the free version. I like your style. Sorry it takes so long for a good content, but never compromise. Wow, I'm just gonna quickly check the places that I uploaded it to, see if they've approved. They're still pending. God damn it. I'm getting spammed with emails to cover AI things. They're probably AI bots that are made by AI bots, so it's probably all just slop. GmbH is like LLC, but for Germany it indicates the company is registered. Oh, okay. Alright. Will it release on the repo? Once the devs have updated their game to accept, or to implement a new way to put custom tires in, yes, it'll be put on there. Otherwise, it's being held up at the moment because it unfortunately just runs code all the time when it shouldn't be. Approved on Monday? Maybe. It just, for some reason, I thought those websites, like Overtake and Modland, were like volunteer-based. I didn't realize that they specified whether it was weekly or not. Sorry, weekdays only or not. So this is a behavior that I had noticed, but I didn't take much notice of because I thought I was going to fix it. Oh, it's also pulling the nodes into a straighter line than what they were. Because there's too much of a gap between here and here. Oh, that's sidewall. No, that's... Sorry, my bad. Hold on. The gap would be from here to here. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, that's not so bad. I'm just going to try jotting down a pattern. I need more lead for my pencil. Damn it. Do I have a pen? I don't see it. I love mechanical pencils, but god damn it. Is that... No. I have a trash problem. Give me a second. She is a very well-behaved one. I don't have a pen. I have a texter. Alright, let's use a texter. Alright, mark. So, I'll run you through what I'm thinking. Oh, that's still the wrong thing. Here our problem is that if it's predominantly on here, it's going to torque the wheel to line this up, and then when it gets there, it's going to try to torque it that way, and that's going to cause... But then again, I suppose, even without these, so if we go in and... it's going to try to torque it this way, then torque it this way, torque. Maybe? Yeah, I think. Tortured by my own mods. Yeah, that'll happen. Can't wait for this mod to come out. Yeah. I'm sorry it's taking so long. See, the advantage of doing it just simply like this is it will be fairly evenly spaced from node to node to node between all of the vertices, but it looks like an even space, and that is kind of a fairly important thing. Otherwise, we can get like vibration sounds. Initially, what I was going to do is I was going to have like a really complicated pattern, but I went away with that, and this is going to give us a lot more nodes, which is unfortunate. So what was it? We're going to double the amount of nodes to have one division, and then 64. That's... double. Hold on. My brain is starting to fade. Getting to that time of day. Normally, there'll be 32 nodes. If we put in the next one, it'll be 64 nodes. We put in another one, and it's going to be 96. And 3 is going to be 128. And 3 is where I would realistically like a lot of tires to sit. If I had a choice, 3 would be the number. But now we've gone from 32 nodes and a handful of beams to 128 nodes and a hell of a lot more other things. As opposed to if we had 3 nodes, it's a... 5 times 16. 80. So there's a lot more nodes, but maybe not a huge amount of, like quite a drastic increase. Good luck, Phil. I mean, with a 5-row ring, you could even do triangles. 5-row ring? I'm not sure what you're saying. Just gonna clean this up for my brain. The next thing that you would have to do... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and a half. 1, 2, 3... And nearly 4. 1, 2, 3, and nearly 4. That'll do. Okay. It'll give us a more even tread pattern because it's like at least spreading it out either way. But I feel that this isn't great. If I could instead... What is it, Shift C? Yeah. If I could rearrange it like that, you'd still have the even distribution of nodes in this axis. As you can see, it's fairly smooth. But you at least break up the axis. Like, obviously, I'm not going to have the internal faces there, and we're going to rearrange this, but you get the idea. Z-axis? What? Whatever. Then we would go something like this. Ugh. My voice is going. This then is uneven? No, it's not. Okay, it's just inverted. Okay. So, that could theoretically work. It would break up the directional a little bit more as well. The tire tread thing? Sure. Alright, we'll have a look at that. What about using mirror modifier and have perfectly symmetrical design? This is symmetrical, it's also offset. This shape here is this shape here.
Drink some water, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it. You are dumping a lot of money into this stream. Hey, thank you very much as well, Eclipse Audio Labs. You both are very generous. The problem is I've got to do my vocal warm-ups again at the beginning of the stream. I don't normally have to do it, but for streams I find that there's just so much more talking than like a normal video creation that I would do, and my voice just gets worn out. I'm of that age. Actually, I don't think it's an age thing. You see people doing vocal warm-ups of any age. Will the Tyres support modded cars? Currently, actually, I just added something that would, yes. But the modded cars would have to implement it. If I was to follow the original method of the Tyres from default, if? What? Hold on. Oh, you're talking about your thing? Okay, so here's a problem. This will become problematic on different node patterns. Here we've got 1, 2, 3 colliding all at the same time. Then we've got 1, 2, then 1, 2, 3, then 1, 2, then 1, 2, 3, then 1, 2. You see that it goes in a 3, 2, 3 pattern? That could theoretically start to create a resonant sound. Not something you particularly want to do. I did try it once, but then again, that was back when I was having a resonant sound issue, which turned out to be a paired node thing and a wheel weight issue together. I could try it again. Let's see if I can write something up quick. Okay, let's create a different variant. Oh yeah, you know what? Before we do that, let me show you the one of the little things that I changed. It's maybe a little bit unclear, so I'll just show it here. You see that we got like triangles as the sidewall shapes? Now that's more efficient than what I'm about to show you, but because it has less beams. Love my vids. Thank you. I think if you go over $5 Australian, then you'll get it spoken out. And at the moment, I think you're probably like $4.20. So I don't know. We can turn paired nodes off, but we've also got triangle walls or square walls. Then we have square walls. Now, it looks like the triangle's going a weird thing, but I did actually make it cross pattern, so you don't have to worry about that. As I said earlier, the beams themselves are not actually, oh, sorry, the triangles themselves are not actually a thing. Now, does this do a similar thing? I suppose I should check that. liking. Very slippery, slidey. Let's try to drift a little bit and get over 150. 140. Nah, it's going down. We just don't have the power capping. Then proper friction. Look at that tire wall flex. Oh god, it's just so good. Oh, no, I thought that was all going under the ground. Oh, I love it. So cool. Alright. Let's see if we fixed our top speed issue. Oh, we were gonna have... Yeah, well, that's right. We stopped looking at it because we're getting a sideways thing happening. Yeah, sucks around there. Let's instead change these to 1 and 2. That's what the other one was going to be. Start friction coefficient is just, yeah, no, it's the end, the one that I want to change. Your slide friction front coefficient. Slide. Okay, there we go. That's what we want. What is the sliding friction coefficient again? What's this? Weird. Don't know what that error is. V data wheels 1 should do it. Wheels 1. Okay, do we have sliding friction? Sliding... Ah, sliding friction coefficient. Okay, it's very simple then. Hey! Alright, I'll read that in a second. I need to do this before I forget.
I like big meaty tires on off-roaders, make my beam dreams come true. Also enjoy watching you code, you're killing it.
I got so taken aback by that, I didn't register what you were actually saying. I like big meaty tires on off-road. Make my beam dreams come true. Oh, okay. For some reason, my brain goes, I don't like where this is going. I thought it was going to be something else. Once I started hearing the wrong thing, quote unquote, my brain started to go, hold on. And then ADHD kicks in and goes, oh, wait, you stopped paying attention, didn't you? Okay. Alright, let's give that a try. Thank you very much for the money, by the way, Sebastian Jones. Jones? Appreciated. Yeah, so what happened with my train of thought there when I was trying to focus on what I was doing hit her big fat meaty, and my brain went, oh, this is going to be a dirty joke, isn't it? And whilst I was thinking that, the message had happened. I was like, wait, what? What's happening? I'm glad that you're enjoying yourself, though. Big tire on small wheels. Actually, you know what? Let's refresh that again, because I forgot if I did that. Oh, I don't have turbos. That's what's hurting me. Still does the same thing of like wanting to align. Specifically with one side more than the other, but I think that's to do with the torque of the engine. I love looking at the collision meshes. I think they just look so cool. I like them more than the car sometimes. Let's try to get it to rest on the other one. No, I think it's to do with the torque of the engine. Almost lined up. Yeah, no, same issue. Okay, cool. So, we know that this is not to do with friction. Let's, get rid of that for now. In here, we're going to create a new one. This is not going to be a square wheel. This is going to be... it's not diamond. Quilted. Cool. Quilted. Okay. Alrighty. So, this is going to come down to two different things. It's going to be here. This isn't actually so bad. It's going to be a real brain fuck once we get to the other the rotation. We can always just go forwards. So node forwards, and we just need... But how do we go with more tread divisions? Let's try to do some visualization here quickly. You had them in alignment. Why is BeamNG hating Blender? You're gonna vibrate. Let's turn you off. EX. Here we go. Then... So... We wouldn't be able to have a one division, would we? With your pattern. I suppose we could. Yeah, that would work. Then two pattern. Is that what I had before? That's not right. Oh, but then yeah, it becomes 3. 1.6, 1.5, 1.8. There we go. Oh. Then this would go... Oh, this is... Then we get the quilted again. Okay, so we're at 3. We were 3, now we want to get to 4. So how would these go? Yeah, then this goes 4 and 2.
What's the reason for subdividing the tread? Wouldn't that make grip characteristics more unpredictable and generally cost more performance?
So it has to be in triangles. There is a quads type thing, but that doesn't really apply to this use case. The triangles themselves are only doing 2 things on a tire. One, if you try to collide something into it, the triangle will stop the node from going through it. The other one is holding in the pressure. That's all they're doing. Oh, I suppose there's also aero, but we're not too concerned with aero at the moment. You would say that like this looks like it could cup air and whatnot, maybe potentially, but that's not really how BeamNG's aero works. The reason why I'm triangulating is just to kind of get an idea. Otherwise, if we just have this, I can't really see what the shape really is properly or how even it is. But yeah, thank you Iron Fist for the money. The triangulation adds no stiffness. The triangles themselves have no friction unless you're rubbing a node against them, which you're not on the ground. The ground is a different physics type. The only things that add friction to the ground are the nodes themselves. When does Philman start date with Beam Team? Try with something offset triangles. Sorry. You just bridge the edges and triangles. Try with something offset triangle sides, and there's a way to make them sort of square on. I'm not sure what you're saying. As of the moment, I saw the first tire mod video. I'm really excited to see where it goes. Thank you. So, yeah, we're starting to break down a bit. You suggest trying an offset on them, huh? Trying with some offset triangle sides, and there's a way to make them sort of square on contact. So this is the square on contact version. I suppose... RX... I think it's 6.11... 5... 5.5, 5.75? Let's go 5.7. Then... X 5.7. Oh, shoot. X minus 5.7. So we're going to have a spread of nodes. But they are in groups still. Yeah. And then they start realigning. This is why I said it has to have all your angles and whatnot lined up as well. I did say, however, that 3 was kind of like the magic number that I wanted. So let's go back to that. Looks good. So I could just make a 3 only sort of tire. You're welcome, Aero Teller. The devs eventually release the tire update. They better give some truth. I mean, I don't know about that. I think they're going to stick to their own things. Honestly, who knows? Philman might be their key to the update. I very much doubt that. I do honestly think, for what they want to do, as long as you exclude rock crawling, their tire physics could very easily do what we're doing here. Except, as I stated before as well, that only broadens, in the video, broadens the scope in which a thing would be accurate, as opposed to being closer to the simulation. This also comes with its own trade-offs. What's the final achievement with this design? I'm not fully sure, to be honest. Okay, I think I know how I'm going to start making this particular one. This is going to be 3 only. We're just going to make that super simple for now. Then into the node, not position, into tires. Our rotations. Yeah, we're going to go with a square one. So we've already got the square one set up. Local. Oh. I'm in the wrong area anyway. Local. Oh, damn it. Local flipper is equal to false. Yeah, they're going to have to be in line for the outside. Did I take that from the outer corner? Yeah, I took that from the outer corner. Yeah, okay. Ray rod is going to have to change. Why is there a ray rod up? Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. Ray rod, where do you get set? Here. No, here. Okay, here we go. I can clean this up a bit as well. That should... Hold on. No, it's got to go this way. Yeah, that should clean that up. Oh, wait, no. That's wrong. Yeah, no, that does have to be its own thing. No, that's fine. Oh, but then it's going to be out of alignment. Damn it. I should do... ray rots here as well. So we're just going to go ray rot sidewalls. This is going to get really fucky-wucky, isn't it? You know what? For now, we'll just go sidewall. Then sidewall 1. Because this has to be... Oh, no, it doesn't. No, we don't need that. Wait, no, ray rotation can be the same. We're going to ray rot 2 this. Where'd that come from? Ray rot 2. And we're just going to quilt this back and forth. That should add them together. Okay. You get ray rot. Just ray rot. Vector is going to be the same. You're going to get ray rot, but we don't add you on yet. Then flipper is equal to not flipper. Is that how that works? Lower flip bool value. Inverting a boolean. Not. Okay, just... Okay. There we go. So that'll flip that back and forth. If flipper then else. Okay, so we got our little flipper thing here. How do I get the value in? Temp is equal to Ravec. How about wise flipper? Ray rot. Ravec. We want the first one to be the new Ray Rot, which was Ray Rot 2? Yeah, Ray Rot 2. Okay, good. So we're not modifying the original Ravec value. Then the ray point gets set, and that's good. Okay. Then you're equal to just the straight Ravec, which gets rotated. You also get the... Oh, actually, that should go at the end. That's gonna... That's a no. Ray rot, it's just gonna be that. Don't need that. Okay. Let's put this side of add pressure wheel div square wall there. That should work. Okay. I don't have BeamNG open anymore. It crashed. Does Flipper have dreams? Big fan of the Tyres mod. I'm so happy someone is taking on themselves to tackle a project like this. I'm glad you like it. And this is one of the very few projects that I've ever bothered to consider going on for more than one video. Because it's very popular. And it's the sort of thing where I can do more work on it. Okay. Now, it's not actually square wall. The collision is still being different under the car. The square of the car is not a real wheel in game. I'm not sure what you're asking. Well, that's not done what we wanted. What I want to know is why... Square wall. Add quilt. Okay. Oh, wait. Do I have to control L first, then control R? Did I do that? I think I did that, yeah. You have to control L before you control R for this. It just doesn't seem to work. That's probably actually what's causing the issue there. I like the steel drums, but... No lyrics, please. Did I reset that properly? Let's do a Control L, Control R again. I'm not sure if I set that right. Okay. Oh. There we go. I'm so dumb. Why would it not flip back and forth? Let's just make sure that it is flipping. I mean, it should be, but... Forward, backward... Forward, forward, backwards, backwards. Forwards... Backwards, forwards. We know that Ray Rot and Ray Rot 2 are different because otherwise they would just be in alignment. I doubt it's this. I don't think I need that. I think that's just going to throw us off. Oh, that tire collision looks terrible. Anyway, let's have a look at that tire collision. Oh, that's not gone well. Let's pause, respawn. We do have a bit of an interesting pattern here. I don't hate this. It would be forward bias compared to rear bias, or vice versa. I mean, it's not balanced yet. Like, we got a hit, 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 gap, hit. So we'd have to figure that out, but yeah. Let's go with trying something out quickly. New file, possible threads. V pattern. Quad pumps in a V pattern, I think, could work. Nobody's going to get that joke. V pattern. Let's go. Side goes to point in middle. Back to other sides rotation. Okay. We'll keep that one in mind. Consistency. I have a OCD for like things that don't look like they fit the game world. So I mostly go for those types of gameplay changing or improvements, mods, rarely cars. Sure. I mean, it just comes down to your taste and how it is that you enjoy things or don't enjoy things. Where do I download this mod, or is it not released yet? The free version is not released yet. They're pending on Overtake and Modland. Otherwise, there's a problem that the devs want to have fixed before it goes fully live, which is kind of waiting on their side because of the way in which the code is activated. So why is it not going back to Ray? Oh. Let's just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, no, that's good. Oh. We could do this with one ray rod. I get it now. Duh. Did I save that? Yep. And there we go. We have ourselves the quilted pattern. What's happening? Anyway, let's bring back that audio. Not really hearing much of a problem. Let's bring back the aero, and let's just have a listen to just the aero. There we go. Okay, there is one note out of place. We'll have to check that out. Doesn't seem like a problem. I need to go toilet. Alright, let's see how straight this goes. Oh, it's very slippy, slidey. Oh, because we're still running the same friction divider, aren't we? Why do we not have squealing wheel sounds? What's that sound that I got rid of? I don't know. Apparently it's a power unit thing. Alright, I'm gonna go toilet. I'll be back in a bit. You can say hello to Pips whilst we're here. Or whilst I'm gone. I don't know if Pippa's aware enough to learn anything. Alright, so I happen to notice that there was a node out of place. Is it this one? Looks like it. So how has that happened? Is that the first or the last node? It looks like the first node. Yeah, that's the first node. Alright. I do remember that there was a problem with the first node's rotation. Did I create something for that? Yeah. There we go. Ah, there we go. Sorry, my camera's just a little bit shit. We could probably align up the wheel hub nodes. Wheels. Ah, there we go. That's what we want. It's aligned on this side. But not aligned... Oh, because there's a first rotation, isn't there? I don't know if I need to even times it on the first one. Yeah, I don't. Ugh. That side's aligned. Why is there a difference in rotation? Oh. What the? Okay, I'm confused. Why did it... Oh. There we go. Now, you should be a lot happier. There we go. Okay, now. Yeah. Alright, don't need the Rayvec SI. What? Does it still work without that? That should, right? Looks like it. Alrighty. Hey, Presto, come on down. Oh, those sidewalls look horrible, though. I'm an idiot. Sorry. I had one node out of alignment. Sorry, I'm really bad with remembering to turn my camera back on. Everything's fairly aligned right now. We have ourselves some good old tires. I'm so dumb. Democracy wins. We're leaving the skid marks. I could just try decreasing the overall stiffness. Then go again. Yeah, should not be leaving skid marks. Oh. Okay, yeah, we're not leaving skid marks no more. I remember now that we have paired nodes. When it's an odd number like this, will go in alignment as opposed to crisscrossing like I had it set up. Our top speed is terrible. Our top speed is way down with this pattern. What the hell? Oh yeah, we're gonna have to fix up our beam situation. Oh, our beam situation is horrible. Also, so bad on this side. Yeah, that side's okay. It's just this side is jacked up. I doubt that's our problem, but we'll give it a try. I'm gonna go... There we go, that's the one we want. Hey, Jesus, that's a lot of money, Leo. Far out, Brussels sprout.
I love this man.
Was 154 in the video? Yeah. Better grip, worse top speed? How many nodes are we touching? But thank you, Leo. Very much thank you. I think we might be touching less nodes at a time. Or maybe more. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe. Before we go too far, then, yeah, let's mess with that. Friction compensation, let's go 69. 70. Let's see if that does anything. I have to get used to only one exit. So I think we're struggling to get over like 133 in a second ago. I just realized friction in BeamNG is not the same as friction in real life. So, friction in real life, with tires at least, is correlated to its tackiness, like its ability to stick to something. That's the big problem with friction in real life at top speeds. So yeah, that has not done what we wanted. What are my usual streaming times? About now. At about this sort of time frame. Are you worried about your mod status with being mods? Have been working with them to meet the type. No, that's not what's happening. Apple ASMR jump scare. Tire tackiness is a mechanism? I suppose that would be possible. If you could get some sort of value of, like, is node touching physics face, because that could be other triangles from other J-beam stuff, or it could be the ground or physical map model stuff. So if we could have, like I know we have forces, but that's affected by other things. If we could get is touching or something like that, which I'm guessing is on the game engine side, I don't know about our side, we could then go, if node becomes not that, after being that, then set a timer based on the node's velocity, and then grab like heat values and all that sort of stuff and have the node attach or not attach. Sorry. Adjust its position based on where it was. So, like, the tackiness would stay attached, and then it wouldn't just, boop, it would, like, become slowly, like, detached, and then fully let go. Finite strength spring with a lot of damping. Sure. You'd have to have some sort of like variable beam type physics, which there kind of exists, but it's only a one step. B1, bro. Sleep is good. Look at trying melatonin. See if that helps you sleep. It works wonders for me. Some of it's shit, some of it's really good. Try to get the stuff that the doctor prescribes, if they prescribe it to you. Tire grip changes with temperature. Yes, that is correct. So the hotter it is, the more tacky it would become, theoretically. Oh, yeah, they are super sticky. I remember showing a friend of mine. They were like, they didn't believe that they put glue on drag strips. So I showed them a bunch of videos of people getting stuck on drag strips, and it's really funny. Like, people just be like, oh, no, sure came out. or like asking for help, stuff like that. It's pretty funny. What becomes funnier is if they fall over and then they're like, oh no. If it's a woman, they have to watch their hair, like getting stuck in the thing. It's pretty funny. Yeah, I used to do 24-hour streams. More recently, I just kind of go for usually about 8. I don't know if I'm going to reach that whole time today, though. This is a lot of thinking, and my brain is fading fast. So, we want to have a look at beams, because at the moment they are not great. And maybe the paired node stuff. That's all done, right? Yeah, okay. Beams next. Paired tread nodes. I don't think I want... Actually, yeah, you know what? There's one thing we can do. We're struggling to get over 133. I want to try turning off paired nodes. Did I have it disabled, did I? Whoops. I wonder if that's going to change things up much. Whoops. This is looking a lot faster. I'm an idiot. Oh my god. It's so much faster. Oh god damn it. I was working without that the whole time. God damn it. I'm so dumb. Overall stiffness, let's go 35. This is not something you guys had to worry about with turning the nodes on or off. That was a thing that I've been working on. There we go. Okay. This is the old pattern, right? Yeah, it is. Good. It feels it feels better already. We're still not very fast. Yeah. I'd played with it, but I had not actually implemented that stuff yet. What? Wait, what? What is that even used for? Oh. Okay, no, I get that now. No. We want... Actually, we should have a look at paired nodes too. Is there much else? There is not. Okay, if... No. For... Middle node. It starts at node 2. Treadband node count. Take 1. Do. And, okay. That'll make us even more unstoppable. Alright, let's try her out. Yeah, I wasn't working with paired nodes. I wasn't working with a full deck of paired nodes. The more nodes, the more realistic. I mean, theoretically, yes. Alright. Are we slower? I feel like we're slower. Maybe not. Let's change you out now. Let's just double check. I hate. What else we got? Menu select. Oh, let's get rid of you. Yeah, it's still a little bit floaty. We haven't got any corner stiffness on. Our top speed is still way down from what it should be. But it pulls back into alignment. It seems that I gave up on the quilted pattern a little too quickly. I haven't even set up the beams yet either. Okay, will it go into 7th properly? Oh wait, there's no 7th gear? Oh. What was the other thing? Yeah, we're going to look at the beams now. So, it's a little bit easier to probably see on this one. So let's have a look at our beams. Oh! Oh, yeah, no, that's the one that's buggered up. So it's sidewall and L-beams. Okay. Anisotrophic. Tire to sidewalls. Which way are we going? Original tires were basically barrels. Yeah. I wouldn't say 90 degrees, but... Oh, wait. So yeah, the way that I thought about the original wheels is they were a rectangle in a donut shape. That's basically what they were. Not a whole lot of real movement happening. What's this line here? Oh, that's just a thing. Okay, optical illusion. Hold on. What if I... There, now it's even trickier. Stream is massive. What is happening? We're just, working on the tire mod. I was going to continue with the animation mod today, but the massive response to this one is like, why not give the people what they want? Because I know that there'd be a whole bunch of people coming in going like, why aren't you working on the wheel mod? I have projects going on. All right. We have... which one? Okay, so which one we're gonna... Outer hub node goes to those. We have going to current band and pre-band. Then pre-pre-band. I believe this is probably the wrong one. Probably next band. Turn 913. Next pre-band? I'm an idiot. We have current band, pre-band, next band. We went from pre-pre. So, there's 3 beams connecting to it. 2 of them go forwards. So maybe I need next band. All right. No. Oh, okay. Does it not go to next ban? It doesn't go to next ban. That's... I'm so dumb. There we go. Okay. I don't know how I messed that up. I need to drink some water. Okay, so next is the Labeam. Alright, how do we get this Labeam to line up? We have more outer hub node stuff, right? Triangles to treads. Okay, these will be the ones. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, that's anti-bulge stuff. Oh, yeah, we're gonna have to look into make sure that's not all busted up. Tire corner L-beams. Current band, and then current... Oh, that's the corner stuff. Okay. Wheel to corner. That should... line this up. Perfect. Okay. And let's make sure that it's symmetrical. Looks symmetrical to me. Looks symmetrical. And symmetrical. Alrighty. We may be lacking a bit of friction with the amount of wheel spin we just got. I'm seeing what looks to be a bit of a weird... Is that just going from 0 to like 1,000 to hundreds? Yeah, okay, that's all that is. I was seeing that the length of the names were changing and I was wondering what was happening. Thank God it was just... just the fact that we're going into the thousands of nodes now. $50, $55, $56, $7, $8, $9. Our speed's doing pretty well. About 174 is when I kind of gave up originally. This pattern is looking pretty good. I shouldn't have given up on the pattern so soon. I suppose, yeah, what the decision would have been made on was old information. I wasn't sure, or wrong information. I, had the... Oh, because, of course, splayed out more towards the edges, because that's how I got the algorithm set up, or an equation set up. Let's see how this does. Those companies don't really like to share their stuff. Very specifically their tire stuff. The tires are what makes or breaks a sim racing game by just any metric. That is the thing. So, they're not really going to share that stuff. The only one that might have, and I'm pretty sure that they did, would have been... What's their name? Project Cars 2, with their game engine licensed out to Automobilista 2. Didn't have the money, and no company was really wanting to get involved. Yeah, I bet you they have a contract with the tire testing places as well, like any company that, like any sim company that gets tires information tested. They probably have a thing that states you can't share any information you made with us, with anybody. Okay, this is a default one. Oh, this is the wrong vehicle. There we go. There we go. So this is default. How easily does it hit top speed? This does seem to accelerate a lot faster. A lot faster. Yeah. Let's see what you do. Let's see what you do, buckaroo. It is not beaming. Unfortunately. I would like it to be out. Alright, where do we kind of stop on this? You know what, actually, I did a test for this. Okay, we could do a side-by-side with speed and everything. I think we're lower on friction than they are. Oh, we're accelerating more than they are. That is not what I was expecting. Huh. Are those nodes not aligned? On 79. How's the AI drive with these? Apparently not very well. Yeah, we can't even reach 179, I don't think. 180? That is very strange. Then why does this one act different? Is it to do with the tire bulge? Oh, the other one got up to top speed very quickly and started bouncing off the rev limiter to the point where I couldn't even see what the speed was. Yeah, we're already a lot slower. Maybe it's a wind resistance thing because we have more triangles? I don't think that's how that works. Wait, what? How is the gap between the flex body and the... What? It should not be able to grow a gap between the flex body and the faces and nodes. Sorry, between the things in the nodes. What the hell? Am I going crazy? Huh. No, the friction is based upon nodes touching. It has nothing to do with face size, positions apart, or anything like that. So, if you don't know how the BeamNG collision mesh to mesh thing works, the mesh will move to the node's position. Which means that this has always been a little bit weird to me, but I've never really fully noticed it until now. The nodes in the mesh are not moving at the same distance, sort of thing. I suppose I could try a version with no rear bodywork on. I doubt that it's causing friction in that way. I don't think that they actually do have collision. And then hit. And you can see it goes all the way down. And then back up again. Yeah, very slow. Let's remove the rear. There we go. Let's see what you do now. Now, there's going to be less drag. That's just how BeamNG works. You can only add drag, you can't really have more drag by removing something. It's a weird setup. What was that? I don't know whether you guys would have seen that. Does clone current work yet? Nope. What is happening with that? File name too long. Okay, so apparently there's a file name that's too long. Is this something that anybody else has had, or is this just a Linux-related thing when cloning cars? As for somebody should make a wind tunnel, the problem there is BeamNG doesn't really simulate much aero stuff. The so you could just turn on the wind app and then just turn up the wind and it would be exactly the same. Oh. So the 101, we just did a test, and it seems that it's inverted on the D series. Why? It's faster. It accelerates faster and goes faster. It is not making a whole lot of sense right now. Just coded in a complete tire testing device. They have in real life with UI and all that. Yeah, I mean, I could, but I'd have to figure out what even that would be. Somebody's already made tire thermals, by the way. I would just do it differently for my own particular mod. Okay, well. Yep. Let's just spawn a new one. Take off the rear bodywork. Okay. Let's see how she bounces. Okay, it does get a little... It's not that much slower. The ref cut is too aggressive. What the hell? Weird. I do like this pattern, though. It is seemingly better. We might just run with it. Which means we can do away with that controller. Downforce is making a huge difference at that speed, am I wrong? Yeah, maybe it's pushing the tire in more, but we're not really creating a lot of downforce. Let's bring up the debug menu. I forgot to put on the debug arrow for this one as well. Oh, no, I just want drag and lift. Oh, damn it. I accidentally let go. So, what you do to test two cars side by side is you pause the game, press full throttle, press tab, and it'll maintain that full throttle. Then, holding full throttle, you'll unpause. Oh, you have to re-tap, that's right, hold on. So, pause, hold forwards, tab, let go, hold again, then you would tab for however many you want to do, then go. Okay. Because I remember that this one bounced off the rev limiter a little bit more consistently. This one just seems to hang for some reason. Yeah, it looks like we're generating more downforce, maybe? I did that wrong there. How about drag? Yeah, I think it's generating more drag. And more downforce. Yeah, that is not, an inconsistency sort of thing. It's really as fast as you go. But the downforce... Actually, yeah. Because tire expansion affects vehicle pitch, the more pitch you have, the more downforce you could have or not have. So maybe... Maybe this is causing a problem. Okay, so the going a bit faster thing is just to do with how, for some reason, it's acting on the rev limiter. I think my rear tires are bigger than their rear tires. Blah! If we have a look here... Very jittery. They don't look like they've really expanded very much. They don't look like they've expanded very much. The sidewalls look like they've expanded a little bit. And they look like they've... That tire is massively expanded. Yeah, no, our tires are much bigger. So, I actually like this behavior, because it does feel more correct. The Hyper Scintilla, not sure which one you're talking about. But, yeah, okay. This is a thing in drag racing. There was actually something I was considering doing as well at one point, which was to change the beam's strength? No, not strength. Spring and damp values, the more it gets in towards the middle. Think we might have a small issue? In what way? Hi, can you tell me if it's possible to make the game immediately put your tires on the car when spawning? Theoretically, yes, but you'd have to overwrite the original files? Oh, but you'd have to put the part on. You could make configs. So once you've put the tires on the car, and you've tuned them, done all your sort of stuff like that, you can go in here, you can put in a file name and click save. Then in vehicles, I have not looked at the new menu yet. Oh, good. Okay, so it's doing it by default. It's just showing the vehicle config that I made. Why am I... There used to be an option to, like, turn that on or not. Turn that on or not. On or off? My brain isn't working very well. Oh, here we go. Include standalone PC files. There we go. That's the one. Whatever. So you would do that and you would spawn that instead. To make that the default vehicle when you double click on a vehicle in the menu, that's a different thing entirely. I do like this behavior of the bigger tire. I think it's kind of funny that we're creating more downforce, and because we're making some faces probably more front on, we're going to create more drag. What you could do is just tune the rear tires to be a little bit stiffer, so then you're going to pitch less. I don't think the pressure is the issue here. It's just literally the centrifugal force. And because I have not really done any like corner stiffening or anything like that, these tires are very just sacks of air. There's not a whole lot going inside of there. They don't have much structural rigidity. So they're just going to bulge like that. Now, they're not going completely bulged because I do have beam pre-compression on the treads and L-beams on the corners to the wheels. So it will kind of hold its shape, but not massively. Well, can you look at the tire profile right now? The rear ones. Tire profile? You just mean the size of it? You can override default configs. I find it... Oh, yeah, you can override default configs. I forgot about that, yeah. You do it with paints? Fair enough. If you override a default config, you don't have to worry about it overriding the files. You can always just go in and delete your config that you made. So that also works. So what you'll do is you've done your vehicle, you put all the stuff on, you've tuned it up the way you want. You would figure out which one it is that you want, and then you would click on it and hit overwrite. So that doesn't actually override anything, it just puts in a file that gets read instead of the original file. You know what, yeah, we should test the wibbly wobbliness of it now that we've figured that out. Well, that went. It feels very similar. It is still a little bit wibbly wobbly. Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. I wonder what it's like to change it up a little bit. Oi! Get back here. Nobody's going to get that Australian joke from the 90s. Let's do a little bit of tuning. I'm thinking... a little bit of extra radial stiffness. Corner stiffness. Crossbar can be a little bit on... let's go like 85. That's fine. Friction compensation, that's fine. Did I change radio? I can't even remember. My brain is that gone. 20, 50, 85. $20, 80. No. 50, 80. 20, 50, 80? 20, 50, 80. Okay. Good. Okay, overall stiffness gone down. Let's go to 43. Let's bring up the tire wall crossbar to 80. Already was at 80. Oh dear. Let's slow this down. So it's trying to pull across the entire width, huh? Where's this broken beam? One broken beam. Where is this broken beam? One. Oh. Okay. What I think I'm going to do anyway is I am going to put beams across this way. Because I think that is very much neat. Oh. There's a directional beam here. That's creating a triangle this way. Is that meant to be there? No, I think that's meant to be there. Yeah, okay, no, that's correct. It just looks a bit weird. Okay, let's create some transverse beams. Beams. Here we go. This is what we want. transverse beams. Okay. This is going to attach. We're going to probably open this up to creating more than just 3 in a second, but I just want to work on it for now. I'm going to go... Actually, you know what? This is no good. Probably... No. You... C node, start at... What do we want to start at? 2... plus 2. And then you take... 2? 1, 2... Oh, sorry, 1, 2... 3. Minus 3. Okay. Current band to current band. Current node plus 2. And normal type trade options looks good to me. I hate that it unpauses after pressing Control L. Alright, so we have a few more beams in. 1, 2, 3. Good. No corner jankness. Oh. Actually, there is some corner jankness as well. How did I not notice those before? That is actually a problem, though. These are the corner L-beams. Corner... No. Alright, let's look for L-beams. What do we got? Most of them are below here, huh? That's the other one. Oh, there's some in the middle. Okay, here we go. Tire corner L-beams and wheel to corner beams. But this isn't activating, is it? Inner hub node. Current band 2. Current band 1. Oh. No, that's fine, that's fine. No, that's doing the right thing. We might add more to this, though. And add in the original sidewall stiffening ones. And put that there. Why the hell is Steam installing an older version of BeamNG? That's weird. I didn't install the beta, so Steam thinks that that is the latest version. When it's... That is very weird. I've never heard of that happening before. Would be perfect for Sherp. I agree. We're going to go outer hub node. To inner hub node. And then vice versa. This would be 1 to there. All right, let's see how this goes. Yeah, that is correct among us. Alright, we now just have to create this back to this way. That's going to be a lot of L-beams, but it will do. Yeah, it's going to be on the corners. Sorry about the burp, by the way. Current band, current band. Is this going to be pre-ban or next ban? Let's bring up nodes. Okay, so it is currently connecting 6.9, 6.8 to current band. 6.1, we want to go to previous band. Okay. Pre-band. Yep, that's looking fine. It's going current band to 3 with 2 in the middle. So 1 to 3 with that in the middle. It's gonna go here. Okay. Alrighty. We saw an error though. It's saying there's a JavaScript error. Or AngularJS, I should say. Okay. That is looking mighty symmetrical. Is that center of gravity? That's center of gravity. Where's that? Alright, that should be good. Let's see if that affects our top speed. And since we have this quite stiff, it should have a pretty big effect. I still feel like we're accelerating a lot slower at top speeds. Yeah, but we bounce back a lot better. Let's look to see how collision stuff is going this time around. Okay, we're still going faster, huh? A lot faster. A lot faster. This is a whole different world of vehicle. Our tire still looks like it's expanded more. No, that doesn't work. Oh, I want it to zip as opposed to move fast between cameras. Also, notice that it's a... Is that creating an egg shape? Somewhere around there. Oh, actually, you know what? No, I have the tools in here. Here we go. How do we do this? Is it from the center out? It is not from the center out. I wish it was from the center out. Damn it. Fuck, I hate... Sure. How do we do a skirkle? Should probably make that red instead. Nah, just my imagination. For some reason, my brain just thought it looked like it was bulging up more towards the backside as opposed to the leading edge, which would be peculiar. Am I on the wrong vehicle? I think I was on the wrong vehicle. I was on the wrong vehicle. That one's just all cattywampus. I don't know what that's meant to be. I think this is the new winner of pattern design. Thank you very much for bringing it back up. Xilinx. Even altering nodes? Yeah, I think I did this one as well. I can't remember if I ended up making these oh yeah, we could do even numbers on this. Because at the moment, this is set up for odd numbers only. So I would have to go like an odd or even thing and then split it up depending on odd or even. That's not really solving any problems. Why is the stream 6 hours? Because I've been streaming for 6 hours? I think the handling's better with this as well. That tread pattern was just god-awful compared to this. Let's have a look to see how the sidewalls are doing, and then we might make this the shipped version. Yeah, they're looking pretty darn good. Oh. I stopped holding, did I? Oh, no, it's still going. Damn it, it's pulling away again. Okay, let's have a look. Oh, no, it's not enough. Okay, there we go. Yeah, definitely bulging out a lot. And it must be like a width dependent, because this one is expanding at the back here more than the front one. Alrighty. Does increasing tire pressure help? Trying it again to ask. I don't think it would. It would just create more of the bulging thing at stationary, and then it would be exacerbated a little bit more towards the top speeds. Wait until you get into rain and tire tread water dispersion and grip. Yeah. That's going to be a whole different thing. And I have thought about how I would implement aquaplaning, since this happened to me and I crashed one of my most loved cars. Tread anti-bulge is causing the front wheels to blow up. Anyone got tips? Don't use tread anti-bulge. Use the crossbeam. Tire wall crossbar. Anywhere from 80 to 50 is a good number. Yes, it will bubble. I'm kind of like taking my time with this update because I'm kind of expecting the BeamNG devs to push the update, which they said would make it possible to add these tires without having to run the code all the time. And I'm expecting that to also outdate the mod. So I'm wondering, do I push this update and then do the other update when the thing happens? The soft flat race tires feel weird when they're not flat. Oh, okay. So what I'm thinking at the moment is... But it is very flat still. Not massively flat, but it's still pretty flat. We could create L-beams again. I do like L-beams because they act differently. They don't just add stiffness, they only work on angle change. We could go back and do the sidewall rotation off as well. Would reduce the amount of beams that we need. That'd be 64 less beams per wheel if we had triangle sidewalls. Yeah, what I was thinking is, nothing lines up. Yeah, nah, it's maybe just a little too tricky. I could create L-beams. Oh, I could create L-beams all the way across. Yeah. Like, this would be an L-beam, this would be an L-beam, L-beam, that'd be an L-beam, that'd be an L-beam. So those transversely mounted ones could be switched. I don't want to do that. I started the stream 6.5 hours ago, which would mean it was about 11:30 when I started. Which sounds about right. I think it was about 11:30 when I started. Oh, what's everybody's opinion on this, like, floating menu here that's kind of, like, not connected there and just not connected there? I kind of hate it. And I feel like the text is even closer to this edge now, and it looks... Oh, wait, no, it's only on the debug one. It just looks messy. Or is that just me? How's the mod coming along? We made a massive breakthrough. Turn the triangles on the wheels faces into squares by removing a crossbeam. You mean basically do this? I wonder how it'd be if you turned the triangles on the wheel faces. Oh, you mean these, which have been turned into squares. Wait. Oh, wait. These are not correct. Alrighty. I've never had those in line before. We're looking for inner node to outer node. Hub, axle beams, outer hub, inner, no, outer hub, next outer hub. That's periphery, hub. These ones, okay. Oh, I only need one more, don't I? So it is connecting 2, 3. Oh, that's the end of the thing. That'll make it difficult. 5, 8, 5, 7, 5, 8. I need the next inner hub node. Sorry, the inner hub node. To the next outer hub node. In hub node. That's already doing that. Previous? Hold on. The next 55. 56. 57, 58. Oh, that's right. I think they mixed up, or at least I got mixed up with the inner and outer hub nodes. Out hub node to next in hub node. Okay, let's try that out. Blech. Hate how it resets the camera speed now. Well, I was unhappy with that, but good. Okay, they are now cross-connected. They are just a little bit unhappy. Hub tread option. Oh. There. There we go. Okay, let's do some code cleaning. Then we have to do our double checking situation. Full stiff. Okay. I should probably make this one its own, but for now we'll just go with it. They're still breaking, huh? Overall stiffness is very low. Look at this. This is moving at a different speed to this when I scroll. That is weird. So full stiff reduction is not working, huh? Oh, it doesn't show up. They seem to be working. A cross and a cross pattern. I wonder if it's a sidewall bulge thing, because at the moment it's not bulging enough. So let's go tie wall bulge. I think 0.2 and 0.2 is fine, right? Let's go with that. I doubt that's our problem, but... Okay. Let's slow her down. So what exactly is happening? They are just very, very unhappy. Let's have a look at node weight. The node weight here is 0.043. 0.48. The tire is 0.18 and 0.16. Why is full stiff not working? Oh, we should take it off of deform and strength. And hertz cutoff. I don't know if that's definitely going to fix it, but it should. Especially the hertz cutoff thing. Okay, let's watch her. Nah, she still breaks. Wonder if that works. Wait. Yeah, no, that should work. Oh, wait. No. No, that's wrong. Oh, that's just going to be inverted. Yeah. A beams damp and whatnot. Yeah, no, that's, one take full stiff. This is actually a really bad idea, isn't it? Wait. Oh, shit. How does it... There, I think that's what we want. So it's going to be 1 plus... So if we go minus 20... I wanted to add the plus 20. One plus minus 1 times it. There we go. Does that make sense? Are we still full speed? We are still full slow. The problem is we're not fixing the fact that they're just shaking back and forth a lot. Ah, poop on your family. Will he ever release it? What? Wheels want to spaghetti themselves? Just a little bit. Avengers Node War. Heh, tirelessly. It's not a joke that I made 1,000,000 times on my own. Okay. Oh, of course it wouldn't be here. This would be in the wheel section, not the tire section. Okay, yeah, alright. Those values do exist normally. Not all things do exist. It's just I've not worked on the hub nodes before because I didn't need to. Just that one extra beam makes it that unhappy, huh? I think we could do away with the one that just connects directly across. Because if we got the cross beaming already, I suppose that's probably fine, isn't it? We'll leave that full stuff on there for now. This one. Hey, look at that. Oh, but then we break it.
Big ol' fat meaty tires will show this mod's drama. Can't wait. You must complete even if you need a 5090 T super to run this. Poop on my family is crazy, bro.
Tea soup. I like the idea of tea soup. Thank you, Sebastian Jorns. That is very much appreciated. Yeah, you're the same person that did it earlier. Thank you. I'm working away. I just realized also, now that I've gotten rid of that, it has destroyed some of the L-beams that I put in. It's, I mean, it's at least fixed the exploding issue. The conveyor spaghetti in my satisfactory world? Oh dear. Yeah, we're not running into CPU or graphics limit. My hardware is fairly good enough. How do I deal with these beams now that they're fucked? I could put in beams, but have them be extra weak. How do we do that? Unless it's the public, Silicon Lottery is going to be the key. I don't know about that. Unless you got like a really bad computer, like on like the very edge, I don't think it's going to be that bad of a problem. 1060 is going to hate me? Yeah, those sort of things. So that's actually not going to be affected much by this mod. This is going to be more CPU heavy. So it's more your CPU that's going to be struggling with this. Especially during the build process, like you saw earlier with the truck. Make them slightly weaker. I think I'm going to make them a lot weaker. We might go back to what we were doing here. I was adding it onto the wrong thing, damn it. I'm such a dummy. Yep, there we go. Now they're in the right place. There we go. Yeah, she's struggling still. What was it that I was trying to do with this in the first place? I think I was trying to make stiffer sidewalls. I have no idea what you're doing, but you look very good at it. I don't know about that. I would say competent enough. Nope. Let's turn back on our visible mesh. Is it me, or does this look a little bit like an oval? Or is it just maybe the angle of the camera? Maybe it's the angle of the camera that does that. Yeah, you know what? It's probably the angle of the camera. Oh, my brain is just dumb. Definitely Concode and Lua has access to entire BeamNG modding doc. All of them will have access to it because it's open source and all that. The problem is those LLMs at the moment aren't consistent enough. Now, somebody was showing earlier, they're like, oh yeah, I had all this code, it was working great, all that sort of stuff. But then the update happened and I don't know how to fix it. Like, if you use the LLM stuff, you're not learning anything. That way, if something goes wrong, you don't know how to fix it. And if you try to tell BeamNG to fix a large bit of code, sorry, if you tell any LLM to fix a huge thing of code, like the amount that we got here, even if it was just one of them, not three of them at the moment, you would struggle with it knowing to have everything connect and line up. I wouldn't say you're struggling. That looks pretty realistic for a modern supercar higher speed acceleration. Yeah, I think you're right, but it is a race version and we have a lot less drag than normal. Beam's contact patch runs on soup and noodles. I don't think it has a contact patch, but yeah, we'll move on from that. So inconsistent? Oh, LLM stuff? Yeah. I'm not saying that you can't make mods. I'm just saying that don't expect it to work well. You could do what I do, which is first look at the example codes that kind of match potentially what it is that I want to do. Then I just spend a whole bunch of time trying to figure it out, because they write their stuff usually in pretty plain English, abbreviations sometimes. And then once you completely max out what you're able to learn from it, then try to do some Googling to see if you can find it that way, because really the best way to learn is to have a question asked and then answer it. So if you ask Google what it is, and you're asking the question yourself with your own brain, and then you try to find, like, not the exact what does this exact code does, but try to find out what a function does, or what some maths does, or what a little bit here and there does, you will be able to make a preconceived idea of what you think it's going to be, and then confirm or deny that. Oh, sorry, my voice is going. I'm gonna get a drink. Then, exhausting all that, you still can't figure it out. Then chuck little bits into AI, but not to write it. To use it to explain what's happening. And try not to give it too much information. You give it too much information, then it'll start to try to predict what it is that you want to hear, which is not actually what you want to hear. That's generally my best use case for AI. Make something, break something, fix something. Yeah, that works pretty well. Make something, fix 2 things, fix 3 things, break 4. That can happen. But if you try to learn how things work as opposed to just going, hey, AI, write this, the AI is not going to be able to connect the dots very well, and things are going to start going wrong. Did you adjust the node friction coefficient so it's smaller after you added more nodes? Yeah, that is compensated at the moment. Whether it's perfect or not, that's not up to me. If you don't increase the tire pressure, will the tire bulge properly simulate the contact patch getting smaller and possibly having less rolling resistance? Yeah, I'd guess so. We are limited on our pressure, though. It only goes up to, like, 50. Oops. I don't know what that wheel offset was meant to be, but... yeah, I think we went in a bit. So, that is a bit more bulged now. Now, if we bring that back... as you can see, that is bulged a lot less. Okay. Though I suppose you actually want to test it at full speed. So yeah. Sorry, I was just showing the bulge. I didn't actually test it. These are meant to be radial, so they're pretty strong in that axis anyway. Yeah, it looks like we have longer gearing. Yeah, that is much longer gearing now. But then again, that would happen with normal tires as well. I am a little bit confused as to why the mesh is not fully matching up to my collision mesh. It shouldn't be like that. Wait. That's not moved at all. This song is reminding me of the Goosebumps intro, if anybody knows that old TV show. Bum, 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 bum. The mesh isn't subdivided? Oh? That could be a thing. That's not what I want. Oh, you're right. Yep, that is a mesh problem.
You say L-beams so much, can you explain their importance? Can't bend past 90 why? An explanation an 8-year-old could understand would be great, smiley face emoji, How make round thing with a million straight lines?
Thank you very much again, Sebastian. Damn, bro. You are really piling in the money now. Fuck me. Alright. This one does get a little bit tricky. Let's turn the wireframe back off. It's a bit of a muchness, but with like some key important differences. So a normal beam will just be a connection from here to here, for instance. That is one beam, and it has forces acting upon it based upon its spring and damp values when it starts to like stretch or stretch or shrink, and it'll try to return it back to its original shape. An L-beam is a beam between here and here with a third beam. So if you change the angle, it will start affecting. So it's counting this angle specifically as the L-beam stuff. And you may think, but all you're doing is just changing the length here. Isn't that the same thing? Close, but not quite. If you move these nodes away, they will try to maintain this angle still, and not have anything else, like, sorry. If you move them along these rays out here, and not actually change the angle, or have it, like, twist, as long as it does that, you're starting to get it? It's the angle that's changing. And you can have whatever angle you want. It can even be a straight line, and I'll just want to try to maintain that angle. Can't imagine the struggles. It'll happen. Brainstorm, and I'm guessing that's meant to be troubleshoot exactly for this reason. For me, it's best by far. If you have an angle greater than 0 degrees, it's an L-beam, yeah? I think you can have an L-beam at 0 degrees, as long as the nodes aren't overlapping. How's Linux Mints? I'm consider the move to Linux. If you like flashy looking things, kind of like your, kinda like... What are we talking about again? My brain is... Oh, yeah, Mint. If you like things that are flashy and kind of like Mac OS, then Pop OS is pretty decent. Fairly straightforward, especially if you have an NVIDIA card. That's fairly easy. Mint's doing pretty well, though, for that sort of stuff. If you have multi-monitors, if they are similar sizes, any Linux is going to be fine. Mint is not going to be fine for multi-monitor no matter what. If you have uneven-sized monitors, like I do, no Linux is going to be brilliant. If you're willing to put up with the fact that you can't really scale the screens independently really nicely, and then have your resolution stay real, it's so weird. Yeah, you're gonna have a bad time. I don't mind it. I kind of just live with it, and I'm happy that I'm not on Windows. Stop responding? Yeah, my brain does that a lot. I am well outside of my time of where medication works, which is about 3 hours ago is when it'll normally stop working. I have to stick to Windows because I have 3 different monitor resolutions. I don't know, maybe. What you can do is you can actually just get a USB and install Linux with Rufus onto the USB. Go in and try it and just set the monitors up. You can set them up however you want. Just know that there's a few different things to check. So display... Normally, you'll have things like just 100%, 200% scale. That would be it. And it would be the same on all monitors. However, a lot of them will have the ability to go in and turn on fractional scaling controls that will give you more. However, what's really happening is it's changing the resolution. What I found out was happening and why I don't use it anymore is because if I set it up nicely, my main monitor, and for some reason I couldn't make it be that monitor be the weird resolution one, it had to be this one apparently, became like 5,000 by something wrong. So basically a 5.5K monitor. So all of this extra resolution without actually any of the benefits of having an extra resolution. The big problem with that was recording for me. So I suppose actually for a lot of people, the fractional scaling isn't so bad if you have a beefy enough GPU. But it was hindering my recording ability. The other thing you can do is instead you can have a much better experience if you try out Wayland. I haven't been able to get Wayland to work on Mint. Silicon Lottery in that regard, yes, very much so. That has better fractional scaling. Apparently. I've used it once, and that was on Pop OS. But Wayland had an issue which I think now I could fix. Now, one of my other benefits of being who I am, when I needed help, I would just hop on, and all of the Linux people in my Discord are like, yeah, sure, we'll help you. So I get frustrated. I get to the point where I'm boiling over, seething with anger, and I'll ask my Discord, so they go, oh, this guy's upset. Though, apparently LLMs are pretty good at that sort of stuff, so I should use that a lot more. But yeah, you get the idea. The fractional scaling thing can be fraught with peril. Try it out. You don't have to install it. You just put it on a USB stick and then stick it in. You can get one for like $2. And then try out your monitor resolutions. And if you think that you can live with it, hey presto. 4K shaders with reshade, thought it would make the game look better. Could imagine like Beam and other racing games got together. What happens if the Tyres got over any other terrain? Go over any other terrain? It's going to be the same sort of story. I love using Linux as well with using a Windows XP theme. There are definite advantages to Linux. But for most people, it's... If you're a tinkerer, and you don't mind tinkering, I think it's actually pretty freaking good. I love it. But I also realize that I'm in a privileged position because people wanted to help me. Which is not the case for everybody on Linux. What does tire weight depend on? More nodes, more mass? Is material needs to be adjusted to bring the weight to normal? I have a slight algorithm at the moment that will change the weight of the nodes dependent on how many subdivisions you have and how much tire resolution you have. So it does reduce it a little bit, but I didn't want to reduce it too much because then it starts to become unstable. Have I made a tire for drifting? No. I'm not skilled enough at drifting to be able to really make that good. What's the coding software I use, considering giving it a go? I use... well, there's basically two I would suggest. I don't really like VS Code. Go in there, turn off all the telemetry, turn off all the AI bot stuff if you want to, which I do. So they're not data mining me. I use VS Code in conjunction with... Oh. This one. JBeam Editor. And it has a whole bunch of other things, like you can look at your 3D models, you could look at your collision mesh, all of that. What else we got? Oh, that's what gives all the nodes and whatnot their own colors. Show errors correctly. Because it's so similar to JSON, but not exactly, that it'll throw up what it thinks are errors all the time, unless you change things. The only thing I don't like is this like overlay thing. I changed that in a setting somewhere. I can't remember what it is, but every single time I go to use this, I turn that off because it is just the most infuriating thing. Like, I'll just have my mouse hovering here and I'll scroll, and then I'll pop up with that, and then I have to stop scrolling because my mouse is on top of that and it won't scroll anymore. Ugh. But yeah, as you can see, it gives you a lot of information. But I use it in conjunction with Blender and a plugin for Blender, which also works in Linux. Thank God. It's fantastic. I believe this is the official one. Yes. There's this as well. There is a forum thread on the BeamNG forums for this, and somebody has made updates to this, and I run their version of this mod for Blender. It's just little bits better here and there, so I like it. VS Code is great for visual stuff, but yeah, I know. A lot of people don't like it, and I get it because it's data mining you like fucking crazy. What I want to use is VS Codium, but I don't know how to get JBeam Editor into VS Codium. Now, same sort of thing. It's basically VS Code, but with no telemetry whatsoever. But what you gonna do? I rewatched your lessons a few times, and I think I finally understand beams, lol, holy crap, and the thing you do with your fingers, hands, helps me a lot. I'm a visual learner. Yes, same. Very ADHD and a little bit autistic here. You should get Beam to hire you for simple stuff like vehicle bug fixes. I doubt that. There's things that I think that they could hire me for, but I'm gonna guess that they just have more experienced people. The only thing that I think that I could do better than some other people is to come up with new ideas. That is something that I am very good at. But what is it? Oh yeah, but ideas are like arseholes. Everybody's got one. Nobody wants to see yours. Blender is so good. It's just such a versatile program that it's hard to focus on the thing you want it to do when you're first learning. Not sure I follow. Oh, you're just talking about ADHD brain taking over and going, too much to learn, overload. Yeah, I get that. I would say the first thing, if you want to learn Blender, is to get comfortable with the camera controls. Once you do that, the rest gets a lot less intimidating. Like, that is just step one. Get over that really steep learning curve of learning how the controls work. I'm gonna turn some music on. This ran out, did it? Yeah. Oh, is that it? Alright, let's go to the first one then. There we go. Blender very ADHD? I think Blender is very anti-ADHD, to be honest. Any sort of modeling, really. This is a thing that Bohemian Interactive has nailed down compared to all other games. They have all this stuff built into their Fusion engine, scripting, modeling, testing, everything one place. I agree. But they've done such a good job that it would be reinventing the wheel to put it into BeamNG. Plus, these do so much more. So you learn these programs, and you're not just learning it for this, you're learning it for everything else as well. So, learn a proprietary, like, in-game thing, or elsewhere. Now, that is not to say that BeamNG is not working on their own internal tools. They have reinvented the wheel a few times now. So you can edit things in here, and that's not what I want, though. Extensions editor? Don't know what that is. I mean, I get a vague idea, but I don't know. What? It was in here somewhere. Flow graph editor, here we go. So if anybody knows Unreal Engine 5, they have a similar thing. I, for the moment, haven't been able to figure out what this is for. Now, I liked Unreal Engine 5 because I was able to code in it. Because it's all flow graph stuff. But, yeah, I haven't been able to figure it out yet. Then there is Vehicle Editor, which brings us in, and we have... That did nothing. Static Editor, here we go. Oh, there we go. You got all of this. I've tried to use this a little bit, but I'm not a huge fan of it. This has the J-beam editing stuff in here that you can do. Weird. I was scrolling down and it was just like bouncing like a ball. Weird. I mean, it's all in here if you wanted to do this. I don't know why I went to that one and not this one as well. You think it's glorious? Well, try learning the BeamNG's one. There is documentation for Flowgraph on BeamNG website. Yeah, I haven't gotten around to it. I think I would get around to learning it if I could figure out what it was for. Like, the only things I was able to ascertain was... Like, this is my ADHD brain. Trying to learn something for the sake of learning something can be really a hard slog. Especially if I've been going down, like, another path for so long. I can't remember where I was going with that. Yeah, I think if I knew what it was meant, like what it was really good for, I would use it more. Yeah, that's right. What I was able to ascertain that it was meant to be used for was world spawning and mission stuff. That's it. Since you're making life-changing tires, would it be? It would be cool if you fix traffic. That is a whole science. I don't know if I want it. Learning new things is rough when you're focused on the task at hand. Yeah. Yeah. Especially if it's like something that could potentially just be a waste of time. If it doesn't match up to what it is that you're working on. Is this mod a pain? Not really. Does the spike strip spoke the mod? I don't think so. Since when can I get ads for a live stream? You mean in a live stream? Since forever? I think the traffic is just AI and map. Sure. What's the frame drop like with these new tires? If you keep it reasonable, not actually really that bad. So I went from 160 FPS, and it was the CPU bottleneck, and it's not the greatest CPU. I went from like 160 with the truck with maximum tires on, which is more than what's available to them. The dual front axle we had, and then the triple rear axle we had on the same vehicle, all tires up, dropped me down to like 60 FPS. But this is on grid map, so very low graphics intensity, I get it. We'll bring it up again. That's not what I wanted. Control Shift F. So... oh, we got a lot of vehicles in. Maybe that's what the problem is. Was I limited before? Oh. No frame limit. That's not changed anything. Try relaunching BeamNG quickly. I feel it needs to be a little bit refreshed. Dirt, sand, scratches on cars, that's not really a me thing. That's a lot of effort. Okay, that's the old one. That's the new one. Let's go minus 10 on that for now. I might cap that to 5% increments as well. I feel that's still a little bit shaky. Let's take it down to 15. Okay. Okay. We are at... off the charts. Average 180, 189, 190, 197, 196. Sure. Let's go back and take this off now. 170, 180. About the same. 190-ish. Maybe even worse. Now let's bring out the big truckus. I never saved that config, did I? Damn! God damn it!
What happens with 37 inches tires? With 17 inches wheels?
I don't know. Is there something that does that? Thank you for the 10 bucks, by the way. Let's go ahead... rear frame, frame ending, long straight frame end. Can we then put on more suspension? No, we can't. Long? Short sloped? Tritum? There we go, and then fuel tanks. Okay. You know what? We're going to save this. Save and load all the wheels. Save. Our frame rate is 160. Thinking at about 160. 158, 157. 160. Maybe it's because we don't have multiple cars in. 170, 135. Yeah, we're not actually really hurting that much. Oh, wait. We haven't even added anything on yet. Sorry, I'm an idiot. So that was about 160 to 170-ish with no tire stuff on. You can see how much longer it takes to construct a vehicle now. And this should be the new pattern. There we go. Let's reduce that overall stiffness a little bit. Let's go minus 20. We might reduce a little bit on the rear as well. Doesn't need it on the rear, but I think it might benefit. Yeah, we're getting that issue again. Let's go overall stiffness down to 30. There. Oh, wait, actually, no. Let's go 20. Tire wall crossbar, 80. Then we need to add bulge on. Because this is clearly not great. And maybe reduce it a little bit as well. Tire will bulge. Is that going to be too much? More bulge, more further down. God, this takes so long to build. Oh, it's basic. Painful, sorry. More weight on the front axle. Why is it not changing? Have I been changing the rear ones? Oh, they are close to being... Wait, hold on. Oh, no, that's fine. Minus 25. Oh, that's X. Okay, Y, sorry. 4.5, that is positive. That's positive? That's still positive. That's only slightly negative. So more negative the more forwards. Where's 0 then? 0.3, 0.8. Oh, that's already into the... Oh. Alright, give me a moment. I have to go toilet. Okay. That's right. We were looking to see where the 0 point is. That's positive. That's positive. 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 Negative. So, the center line of the vehicle is right here. Anyway, I did happen to notice that I think that the rear tires are the ones that I'm actually affecting, or am I wrong about that? Oh god, that takes forever. Nope, okay, I'm not affecting either. So, front tire modding does not work on this vehicle. So let's go minus 20. Crossbar up to 80. Tire will bulge. Whatever, we'll go more on that. Then we'll shrink it down a little bit. Oh yeah, I have to wait a really long time. Every single time. Bring doggy back. Hello. Hello. No, she's resting away. All right. Let's see if that does the unpop. Nah, it's still going. Let's go minus 30. Oh, it almost looked like I was about to do it then. And then I have to wait for it to load. I use that blocker, but I turn off when I watch Film Man because he needs money. Thank you. Did that shift longitudinally? Hold on, let's have a look at that again. No, that might have been an optical illusion. Okay, looks stable. And it doesn't look like the tires are going flat, so I think we're good. What is happening? I feel that they might be a little bit unstable. I found the auto-accelerating truck. With no engine, by the way. How fast will it go? I am kind of interested. So, this is a bug that I noticed once. But I wasn't able to replicate it again. And it'll just happen sometimes where, yeah, it just happens. 200% efficiency wheels. It'll be because of vibrations, the oscillations of the lightweight nodes and whatnot. I could make the nodes heavier. That would fix it. I think we're maxing out at about 379, 380. I just kind of want to see how fast it'll go. Let's chat. Inverted nodes create negative drag. No. There's no inverted nodes. Tyres and beam in G just get bigger on big velocity will happen? Tyres and beam in G just get bigger on big velocity. Will it happen? Yeah, no, that happens normally anyway. She's struggling. I cannot do it, Captain. I do not have the oscillation. Same day delivery 2.0. Put it in a higher gear. Hey, could you put a dog treat under... I don't want to excite her. Because then she'll start to expect attention and it won't stop. So, I normally, when it's not a stream day, I will give like designated play times, she'll get designated walk times, all that sort of stuff. Tyres will be big balloon and boom. Sure. You reawaken the Gran Turismo 4's Escudo Sol. Oh, that thing was insane, wasn't it? That and the Lotus Esprit. Oh, the tires are starting to expand. They're doing it now. Like, that's a thing that, like, it's around 400 kilometers an hour where they start to lose their integrity. So it's not doing it much. I think we're just kind of limited on tire power. So if I lift up the rear, will the rear do it? No, it's the front tires, huh? My voice keeps wanting to go. See? Yeah. So this is average wheel speed, by the way. Now, with nothing stopping them, what are they'll get to? So, times up by 1.5. And that's the speed that we're doing right now. Times it by 4, and that's what... 16. Wait, I wonder if it counts each tire individually. I don't think it does. Anyway, yeah, you get the idea. I wish we could do something about that. I suppose I could do a string search. Wrong one. Actually, I think the fix for this was reduced radial stiffness. Let's go -5 on that. Bombastic performance. Takes an average of the... What? I'm so confused. Yep, still happening. Yeah, no, that's correct. Average hybrid experience? Sure, buddy. I don't know what sort of hybrids you can afford. Why are you so unhappy? Alrighty, let's drop another... whatever that was. Oh my god!
Big ol' bulge, he'll hang around for the D-series with 42S flexin', astonished face emoji, big ol' meaty BF Goodrich tires man. IQ had the people drive a little off-road. This will be my favorite part at Cinnabundre card will be okay integrity gone.
Oh my god, my brain started to fry on that one. Big ol' bulge, haha, funny. I'll hang around for the D-series with the 42 flexin'. Big ol' meaty BF Goodrich tires. I know you had the YouTube people drive a little off-road. This will be my favorite part. Someone card will be okay. Integrity gone. I don't know what you're even saying. Okay, well, this thing is just a piece of shit. Anyway, my frame rate's at about 100. Yep, and it's off on its own. Let's spawn a map. You wanted to see some off-road stuff, huh? We can make that work. Where would be good? So some people have done some stuff on Johnson Valley. The Hirochi Raceway is a little too aggressive. Because it's got its off-roading part. Like, it's a real challenge map. I'm thinking Utah. Let's go to Utah. Can I replicate this IRL? Heh? Oh, the speed thing? Probably not. Perpetual automobile mod? Maybe try this on a racetrack? You just bought Phil 3 kilos worth of bacon. For 50 bucks? Oh god, I hope I'd get more than 3 kilos. Wait. No, that's about the right price for kilo for bacon at the moment. I just forgot about the inflation that happened this year. It's been a while since I bought bacon. My doctor says that I should really cut down on my cholesterol. Bought him a liter of Vegemite. Oh, goddamn. I don't actually mind Vegemite, but it's the sort of thing that you put on very thinly. I just realized that this is a new version of BeamNG, so it has to recache everything or do whatever it does when it builds a new map. He can finally afford bacon. What's this, about 3 kilos for 50 bucks? Somebody made a joke. Vegemite is greater than Marmite? I don't think I've had Marmite before. I just assumed they were very similar things, if not the same. Same thing, different recipe. With that much money spent on you, Phil, I am expecting a wedding vows. I think that's the wrong spelling of vows, but yeah, let's move on. Okay, you're gonna build nice and slowly. Have I got depth of field on? I think I might have depth of field on. Let's bring out, you wanted something to do with BF Goodrich. I don't know much about off-roading vehicles, so I don't know. Like this? Is this what you wanted? Then let's switch over to the new model, which seems to be a little less stable, I've been gathering. We might do something to default, reduce that tire hub stiffness. Though that seems to actually be doing pretty well. What I might do is expand the radial tire wall middle radius out a little bit. Then tread corner stiffness a little bit. I don't want to do crossbar at all. Wall stiffener can go up a little bit. So that's 80 and 60. Okay, let's try that out. I've got plenty of bacon in the fridge, man. Not a lot of dudes coding flexing tires live stream. Sure. Okay, we'll go with that. I think that might be maybe a little too much bulge. I'm not sure. But yeah, here we go. Where do you want to see this puppy drive? I was actually going to do like a video on like trying out the car a lot. So I wasn't planning to do this much today. I just want to see it, like, bending around things. Damn it. But it just keeps on falling off. Too much of a slant. Help! I've gotten high-setted and I can't get up. Oh, wait. No, hold on. There we go. Can I go up now? No. Can I get down now? No. Well, shit. Wouldn't code for long in a fridge. Is the tire stiffness here also affected by tire pressure? It will change how the tire behaves if you have more tire pressure, yes. That's what you're asking. Maybe I should have gone to something a little bit more like, what's that one map called? Johnson Valley. And is this also the biggest tires we can get on here? I don't know. Let's see if we can go bigger. Also, I left like kind of one Easter egg in the game. I'm surprised that nobody's brought it up to me yet. You have to find it, though. It's going to be pretty hard to find. It's an obscure use case. Friction compensation. No. What do we want? We want Oh, yeah, different parts. We can go 44s. They should be a little bit bigger. Yeah, they look a little bit bigger. God, that's... It says 2 inches, but I swear that's bigger than 2 inches. I mean, I would know. I mean... that looks fine. Let's move on. Maybe I could have reduced the tire wall metal radius. Yeah. Yeah. Oh! We seem to have had a whoops. I might drop the tire pressure down to get a little bit more softness out of this. Yeah, let's make it super soft. Let's go overall stiffness down 40%. There we go. And then drop her tire pressures. 9 PSI at the moment? Okay, well, okay, maybe they're already pretty flat. Let's go even lower on that. I wanna see like real minus 70? Alright, let's go minus 70 overall stiffness. She bulging. She bulging big time. She is soft. Oh. Look at that. God, that looks pretty good. I think we're done with modding for today. I am going to add one more note. We're just going to do a little bit of driving around and enjoying what we've done today. One more thing to change. Low stability at speed, apparently. Okay, let's, we can probably tick this one off as done. Then here, we're going to go with add more, add all other subdivisions for, add all subdivisions for the new tread pattern. And did I save that? Good. Yeah, now we can just enjoy this. Keep showing that. I'm almost done. That's pretty good. That's tasty. Look at that tire wall flex on the, like, roll under. Look at that tire go. That is... This is one of the things I liked doing for a little bit whilst in the middle of this is I would turn the stiffness all the way down and just watch the tires wobble around corners. Just loving watching the dive. It's just a lot of fun. Super soft drag tires. Love seeing those slow motion vids of drag cars launching and seeing how the tires deform under load. Yeah, that kind of works, but I feel that you would have to get a proper crease, I feel you would have to have a lot more subdivisions. Oh, not subdivisions, sorry, not subdivisions. num raise. Which then, yeah, I suppose you could do that. That's just cool. On dirt. It's about to dig in on the hub. That's hilarious. Oh, we've bursted a radiator. Not burst the tires though, because they're way too soft. Wait, you know what I never did? I never had this and then pumped the tires all the way up, and I never tested an off-road vehicle. On my own, that is. Let's see what it's like. Okay. That's still pretty good. I feel that there might be a little bit too much off-road traction. I don't think that that's that's meant to happen. So the only reason the devs are not doing this is performance reasons, really, because this is amazing. I think what they're trying to do is cover themselves from getting a whole bunch of complaints, especially from the people with lesser computers. I say lesser, you get what I mean. So I get that they don't want to have to deal with a whole bunch of complaints. I get it. You know what, let's have a quick check on the mod upload to see if it's gotten approved. Nope. And... oh! It is! It is published. Here. How do I... Okay. Now, this is not the version that we're working on right now. So I will update it. But there you go. Here's the original free version. There you go. Now you can download and try the free version out. It's probably going to be a lot better for rock crawling sort of stuff, not so much for live speed things. I don't need this no more. We're done with that. I probably will update it with a new tire construction model though. So you'll get that eventually. So you needed this and I knew it, huh? Oh, you're saying that you gave me all the money so I'd release the free version? What's the... One of the things also is the tire deformation looks a lot better on a tire that's like really chunky because you can't really tell how ugly the tire deformation is. Only good Modland mod? Hey, I put other mods up there. 2 other mods. The link doesn't work? Is there one that we can purchase? It's on Patreon, yeah. No, it works for me. This is in a default browser. In a... not default browser, sorry, incognito mode browser, which means I have no cookies for it. Modlander brings you to a 404. Let's try Tor out. That'll get me to a different country. I've really gotten lax with making sure that I use Tor. I really should use it a lot more, because you're meant to use it a lot more. No, it still works here. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Maybe you have like a firewall blocker. Don't know, man. You know what it is? Hold on. I reckon I know. A lot of places around the world now are putting in porn blockers. I mean, look at that. That is sexy. I get why they would want to block that. Sends you to Patreon? Error 404? What link did I send? Modland forums. Try clicking on the one here in this thing. Try clicking it in my Discord. See if that works. Wrong link. Scroll down. Huh? It's working. Okay, it's working. Okay then. Don't use the external link. That's what tripped me up. It's external file download link? Oh! What? No. Here. This is where you download. Sorry. No, there is... Okay, my monitor just turned off and on again. Yeah, there is links in there to the Patreon, which will go there. But no, down at the bottom, you've got the free version. It's here. Right at the bottom. I'll edit this. The download is not in the middle. It's at the bottom of the page. There you go. The Patreon link doesn't work? Weird. Ah, well. I'll look into that eventually. Oh, there's a link to the Patreon here anyway, if anybody wants to open it up that way. Yeah. Well, that's available now. Have fun. There's a direct download. Weird indeed. Yeah. Ah, well, what can you do? Instead of, short of running your own thing. Is it floating? No. Okay, it just looks like it's floating. Alright, let's see what she deforms like over rocks now. She still deforms. Just not as much. Alright, let's bring the pressures down. Let's go to 3 psi. It's conforming to the shape of the rock as well. God, that's so cool. How many hours have you put into this mod? Oh. Let's do a little bit of quick math. It was like 3.5 times 4 is approximately the amount of days on there, times maybe... We'll round it off to 10 hours. 140 hours. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, that's not right. Oh yeah, because I don't do 5 days a week because I have this streaming day. So 4 days a week times about 10, 40 times about 3.5, yeah. So it's somewhere between 100 to 200 hours. Still on Linux? Yeah. I like to call this the sack of edge. Hold on, hold on. Can I do that again? That's pretty awesome. I'd done similar stuff to this, but not actually this. Until now. Just folded. Thanks for the commit. Thanks. L tire. That's pretty cool. I like that a lot. I think it's struggling to keep the power going because there's too much grip and nodes. I'm just slightly feathering the throttle to see where my friction limit is. For some reason, I'm having flashbacks to my Moab review that I did of like somebody's Moab map. Sticky drag strip. You can give it one try. I do kind of want to put that in a video though. Oh, that's right. They got rid of handbrake stuff, didn't they? Controls. Hand brake. There we go. What is it? Parking brake. Modify 1. Tab right? Okay, I think we can stick with that. And then clutch. Why is there no clutch option? Have I spelled clutch wrong? No, it's right here. Oh, it is set correctly. Okay. Okay, good. That works now. If anybody is wondering, no, I am not looking to put on, the ability to pop off beads, but I'm not ruling it out in the future. The problem with... Oh my god. Oh, that's right.
Thanks for the £3 per square inch flex, my guy. This is epic.
For a second there, I thought that was $3 you gave, and I was like, that's not going to read it out. That's alright, bro. How do I make this default? That's pretty cool. I think this is such a big leap forward that I kind of want to just release it as it is for now. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it... I'm going to reverse it. This is going to go to Patreon. What we're going to do is go and make 2 versions of this. High poly wheels. Original. Weird. And then high poly wheels. Quilted. High poly wheels. New 3. Oh, wait. No, I want to have the new patterns before I release it, but you know what? Fuck it. New 3 div. We'll get rid of this for now. Then you will be hidden. That's good. And this will be version 101. This doesn't matter. None of this really matters. Don't need you, don't need you. Oh wait, no, we call this quilt. There we go. Actually. Oh! I know what I can do. I can put this in. That way it can be a selected part, and we can put this in. Name, right? Title. Why did I lose? Is my internet out? No, we good. I just lost YouTube chat there for a second. Weird. You've been streaming for so long, I slept and woke up. Yeah, that'll happen with my streams. Okay, we got the name. It goes in there. And that's called title. And then this one will just be div. Then this will be original square wall. SQ wall. Original square wall. Okay. And we'll put you here. We don't need the controller. We can blank out all of those. Damn. So many donations.
This is awesome. I can't wait to play around with this. It's 5 a.m. I'm out.
All right. Well, thanks for hanging around. What's the full name there? Whiskey the Twisty. Very much appreciated the money there. Thanks, bro. But yeah, no, it has been a long day. My streams are usually pretty long. I'm gonna go square wall. Then, what I can do here is have this be vehicle variables dot title. Hold on. No, this will be standardized version. Okay. Did I duplicate this here? What the hell? Weird. Version. Version. This is quilted, this should be square wall, and this should just be div. Good. Yeah, we can lose you. Don't need you. Phil, I've already encountered a bug. Oh, really? What's happened? Were you a professor in a couple episodes of Community? No. Though I do get told that I look like people's teachers a lot. How much more money have you made doing this mod compared to other mods? Phenomenally more money. Just incredibly. I normally don't push my Patreon, so I don't usually make a lot of money. It just comes down to the views per video. The only one that got as close would have been, the 3D scanned mod. Not from the mod itself, but from ad revenue. I don't think it would have been as much, though. $712 compared to this one, which I can't see. I'm blind as a bat. This is a few days behind. $725, so this is more. It says 118 views, but I think I'm probably getting close to what would have been 300,000 views, but the whole desktop views not counting because of the ad blocker thing is kind of hurting it. But I don't mind too much. As long as the numbers are still there, I'm not going to be complaining too much. Don't need you. Close without saving. Okay. Why did I make this? Not sure. Anyway. I wonder if I have to string this. I'm not sure. It probably should still be a string anyway. Let's try seeing if that works. Now this should go back to default tires. What do we got? High pulley wheels lower. 3156. What's the original file got here? Oh. It's not a string. How do I unstring something in Lua? Lua unstring string. String sub? The function in Lua extracts a substring from any given string. It allows you to specify the starting and optionally ending positions. So the substring, this function, is useful for string manipulation and no. That's not what we want. Split string, string manipulation. How to turn string into value? I don't know. String to int? That's to number, right? Yeah, no, we don't want that. If I remember, you gotta do a local variable equals variable number. You reckon you could to number that? I don't think you can. Here we go. You know what? Let's have a quick look. Function to string. Where's that? Not here. Doesn't look like I have the option. All right. Let's go to number. Is that how you do that? To number. Lowercase? Good. Okay. Let's give it a try. Doesn't seem to like it. Forces the thing to be a certain type. Though I could be wrong. Variable? Turn string into variable. Into variable name. You can store all columns by doing you'll require that columns without constructing string and then accessing variable via another string variable. You already store the index. If I understand correctly, if you're saying you'd like to access a variable based on its name as a string, I think what you're looking for is _G and then put it in brackets. Let's give it a shot in the leg. Yeah, doesn't like it. Let's try printing this. Let's see if I got title right. Oh. I'm an idiot. Nobody agree with that. Add pressure wheel div. So we got that. Type. What is it? _G square bracket end. Okay. Let's see if that does something. Doesn't even come up with a type. _G is, oh. Capital G. Nil. Love it. Okay. Let's, bring out a default. Oh, I can't, can I? Okay. Let's do a vdata dump for variables. Dump v dot data dot variables. Is that what we go for? Yeah. Version name, title. Okay, title is correct. We just need to turn it from string. Only work for global variable functions, things defined without local. I think you can count it above. Only work with global variable function. I mean, that's kind of what we want to do. Does it matter that it's not a... Do I have to make it local, do I? The free version is currently available on Modland. There's a link in my Discord right here. Go for that and go down to the bottom. Let's put that there. Can I see how many people have downloaded it? Is that a thing I can do? 3 mods, 8 followers. Downloads, 82 already. Damn. 175. Damn. Alright. Oh, I think I understand what you're saying now. How to convert a string into a variable name. What? Not possible in pure Lua. Oh, good. Alright, we could just do a matching function. We'll just do that. That's what they did anyway. How did they do that? If equals div, then you get that. We'll do it this way. Next one is square wall. Then we have quilted. Okay. Have I got any errors as of yet? I did not. Okay. We are on the default version. New 3div. Doesn't work. Oh. Have to control L before I do anything to make sure it updates. There we go. Okay. Now it works. This version I am okay with sharing on Patreon. Oh, my butt hurts. Yeah. Now, I reckon I will try to do this live on stream because this could potentially not work. I don't know how to... I don't know if I can just edit things. How do I edit? Edit post. Upload. What if I just try to do it again? Is that going to be okay? I also just realized I have to pack it first. Lower. Scripts. Vehicle. Compress. Compress. Let's go with that. Looks good to me. Here we go. Unpacked. Poly wheels. Poly wheels. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. V1.1. That full access is a misnomer on the title. Fuck. Let's delete these. Wait, what? How do I... What? What? Oh, okay, there we go. Media file? That's not right. Shit. Attachment? There we go. Okay. This is now on the Patreon for anybody that has bought it. It has updated the thing. Thank God I could update. Let's go create, post. Small but quite big update. Tyres mod. Okay. Oh, how do I word this? I updated the mod post. You can download it again. There's a bunch of changes in it. Some of it is testing. The biggest update I have is the new tread pattern. This is going to be free. How do I? Oh, yeah, not pay, free access to this one. Biggest update is the new tread pattern options in the parts selector. Currently, is the best, but there's no subdivisions on the tread yet. Change log. Other things we've done. Progress. I don't know if this properly makes sense. I may be double naming things because I've probably put a bunch of these here before. But that seems good. Now, Tyres should... There's a bug report on Discord General. That's just what happens. Currently free on Kimono? What's Kimono? This? Kimono? Don't look it up on stream. Am I getting punked with like a porn thing? Should you delete the old version? I mean, maybe store it. Who knows? Maybe valuable to be able to go back in versions. I think I have safe search on, so I would have been a little bit safe there. I do that specifically because I know I do streaming. Do I ban that person? Do we have a... troll? I might ban them permanently for that. Because I do not take my YouTube lightly. Now Tyres should be more stable. No. Should be better at speed with the version. I won't remove the old ones, but keep in mind that they are going to be deprecated for the new pattern. Okay. Publish. Okay. Anybody that has the Patreon, it is now the new version on the Patreon. As to make it very clear that not all updates are going to be going to this paid version. Once I get over like a few more little changes here and there and refine it, and then BeamNG does the update which will make it so we can add our own tires, then that'll be the last update that I do for it. It'll make it all functional and everything, and then everything else will be for like new video stuff moving forwards. A website that takes people's Gumroad and Patreon and makes their stuff free. You should take the mod off of Kemono. I'm not sure what you're saying. I don't know what Gumroad is. Don't look it up on the stream. What is the problem? I don't know what kimono is. What is kimono? Do not use spike strips on big tires. They will explode and shit. You know what? Let's give that a try. Wait, this is home? Oh. Look at that thing gyrate. I want to try out the spike strips, and you got me interested now. I don't understand why I'm not meant to look up kimono on stream, but I'll take your word for it. Alright. Oh, they fixed with a new thing. When you used to have UI hidden and you brought up the Control E menu, or the vehicle selection menu, it wouldn't show anything. It would just be blank. So I'm glad they fixed that finally. Spike strip. No singing. No lyrics, please. Firefox does not like YouTube streamers today. The 10th time the stream hung. Really? Oh. Kimono is anime NSFW. Oh. I mean, this is also Beam and G mods. I kind of knew that it would be very, very shareable. There's no DRM whatsoever. I can't implement that. So it's not the worst thing in the world, but and also people could share. I have no control over that, and I'm not going to pretend that I'm going to be able to do anything, or if I do have the ability to do anything, that I am going to do anything. It's really to thank people for supporting me by buying the mod. That's like the biggest thing. So there has to be some sort of reward. I will go on there and I will try to remove it. I asked in Patreon if you allow it to be used in BeamNP, because that makes it shareable as well. Yeah, so that is one of the big things I am aware of at the moment. And I'm not going to say no. You have paid for it. Just don't use it as a way to distribute. Maybe don't make it a public mod. Oh, sorry, a public server for anybody to join. Stop spreading the word. I mean, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. But I would rather it didn't. Is this locked up? Yeah. So it's not finding pressure wheels. What is our problem here? Is it because I called it pressure wheels too? Does it have to be pressure wheels too? Well, I don't even know why I did that. I really don't know why. Maybe talk to Titch to keep an eye out for public servers who have the mod installed. Yeah, I might bring it up. But, if it's too difficult, yeah. Basically trying to index nil value. Yeah, but why is it chucking a problem? It's high poly wheels on line 3172. Oh, I don't need this.
When are you going to implement drag racing wrinkle for quicker? 6.2 seconds for me. Times this may get into thermals and other things, no biggie if this is a reach.
Oh, the grammar was horrible in the reading of that. When are you going to implement drag racing wrinkle for quicker times? This may get into thermals and other things, no biggie. Yeah, I feel that thermals are pretty big there. But does it not do that sort of stuff already if you just turn the stiffness down on the tires? I know that the free version is going to suck with drags because you can't do front and rear tire differences. So just have thicker tires on the front. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this. Okay. Oh. How does it normally go? Why is it even coming here for checking out wheels? Prop event. Oh. Oh. Is that? Oh, profile, a pop event. Three one 7-3. Yeah, so it's getting to here. I have to ask, is pressure wheels first before this? Alright, let's just do... right when I'm writing.
I just realized I can make this bot say goofy things to you. Did you know that the smallest tree, the dwarf willow, measures only about 1 to 6 centimeters tall?
Smallest tree, the dwarf willow. 1 to 6 centimeters? Is that even a tree? That sounds like a weed. Give me a second, guys. This has piqued my interest. Yeah, I know it's for a donation. Thank you very much, Octopus Corridor, but that's weird. That's not a tree! I really feel that that is not a tree. Nah, but that could just be me. I don't know. You're saved. Now, that should bypass if no pressure wheels. Hey! What if... F7, there we go. Okay, we've lost the remaining 3 PSI. Damn it! Fuck. Where's the... Oh, there it is. You know what? Let's turn up the tire pressure. It's a little too flat at the moment. The deflation took, like, 0.5 of a second. 9.9, you reckon, is the normal? Let's give it a try. Deflating. Alright, let's go again, but this time, max pressure to, like, give it proper time to deflate. There we go. There you go. Profile pop event. Don't know what that is. I get the feeling I'm just gonna get rid of that. Oh wait, I should. Do this. What is this forward thing? What is that? Oh, yeah, the flipper thing. Yep, no, we don't. Okay, good. By the way, the div node compensator, that is how much less friction you're getting from the tires by default, like little math equation. Did you try high speed, turn like 200 kilometers an hour? No? If I keep driving really fast, will the inertia keep the tire nodes out? F1 time, see you soon, chat, Phil. Sure. Just don't use the current version with the, the other thing. My brain is failing me. I think we're done. My brain's gone. It's been 9 hours. I was going to stop 2 hours ago. Alright. That's been pretty phenomenal. We'll do one quick drag strip one. I said I wasn't going to, but I am interested now. We'll bring out a drag car. Oh, it's going to have to load it now. Damn it. When am I releasing this? Already did. What should I try first? The square one or the 3-div? It comes up to you. Comes down to you. The square one is just a different sidewall pattern. Didn't really do what I wanted it to do, but it's still there if you want it. The 3-div is probably the best for racing at the moment. If you use the Rock Basher to just... If you use the Rock Basher... I'm guessing that's meant to be it just explodes. Okay. That's fair. Oh, this is taking so long to load. What did you miss? Basically the whole stream. If PSI equals 0, make a disconnect on the tire so it flies off. I have no idea. I mean, I could set it up if it has 0 pressure that the beams connecting the wheel break. But why would you want that? What did I miss? The stream. Oh god, I'm tired and hungry. Is there a drag version of the D series? There is. Let's give her a shot in the leg, eh? Methinks it's not as stable as what I want it to be. Overall stiffness, let's go minus 26. Let's draw that out. There we go. I'm thinking I might make the stiffness on the rear a lot less. 69. Nice. We might... Oops. Play with the tire bulge. So the front could be a little bit bulgier. Tire will bulge. Let's go 2 mil. Good. Then on the rear, let's increase that. Radius, that is. Radius. 0.85, that's probably way too much. Yeah, I was thinking of the truck. 5 centimeters? That might be a bit much still. Oh, you know what? That's actually almost on point. Let's try reducing by 1 centimeter. 3 centimeters. Let's reduce the middle radius a little bit. Oh my god.
Go to bed, man. Thank you for all.
I will in a bit. You've got me interested in this. Let's give it a try. We might go even softer and drop the pressure. 80, then tire pressure. Let's go to 8.1. Okay, that should give us maximum fold. Oh, that looks like it's creasing. If not a little bit worse than that. Oh, it's just going? Okay, well, we just have a lure error. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out how to deal with that. I bet that's my fault. So, slow the game down. Control home. And maybe a little too soft. Is that maximum? Oh, it is. Yep. Alright. Let's reintroduce that tire pressure first. It's almost double the tire pressure. Oh, wait. Damn it. Okay, she might be a bit soft. Oh! She's a bit soft, bruv. Just a tidbit soft. Anyway, that'll do. I'm done. Aldo Drago front wheels are broken? If you got the free version with the drag car, then yes. Drag wheels don't really like it. Tires look pretty good, it's just it doesn't seem to have that baseline strength to hold the rim off the ground. It would take tuning, and I think that that would be a good video of me just like showing how to tune, but also just tuning something like the drag radials. Oh, drag slicks. Which is totally possible to do. It would be to do with the L-beam strengths and stuff. Is there standard grip value for the tires or road surfaces? There is for the road surfaces. As for the tires, you're gonna have to tune it and get what you want out of it, and then use it. Like, beam doesn't do that. More something is compressed, the more it resists compression. I don't know. Alright, the BX. We'll have a quick look. It's fine for me. Oh, wait, hold on. I haven't put the mod on yet. I was like, I don't know what's going on. Let's go original. Yep, that's about right. Overall stiffness. Done. Let's try the new one. Additional modifications. 3div, which will be coming to the free version. That's broken the rear now. Overall stiffness. Done. There's a lot to do with launch gearing and boost as well as that insane wrinkle. Yeah, I know, but... If some persons want to help you, how do they do it? Help me in what way? Financially? Patreon. Otherwise, I don't really need help. I like blundering through it. It also makes the videos entertaining. Does it work for force feedback? It should. That is something I'm going to test at some point. I was hoping that other people would, but there's not been really anybody making videos on it, which is disappointing. I've even reached out to a few YouTubers. I know that one of them wants to use it straight away for their next video, but they take a long time to make their videos. I talked to Komodo, and Komodo said that he wanted to do something, but he's not come back to me. Shit. You're right, sorry. If we redo this, sorry, I'm such an idiot. There. I don't have the free version, so I can tune them independently. My front tire's popped, so I'll reduce that a little bit, maybe like 16%. The rear's popped off quite badly, so the overall stiffness has come down like 30%. There, done. Front tire's still jiggling. 24% down. Done. Tires in this game have never been that fun. Yeah, I agree. How do we send bug reports? Discord and Patreon, but just make sure that it's not your settings first. The sidewall wrinkles on drag tires look really realistic. Okay. Cool, we'll send a message later today on Patreon saying if it worked for me, amazing mod. Cool. Try Justin Revs, he posts every day. Let's have a quick look at Justin Revs. Don't think I've ever heard of them. Smaller creator? Don't think I've spotted them before. We'll see, though. I was kind of hoping to go with, a little bit of clout chasiness with it. But I am also, like, my DMs are open for YouTubers. If somebody says, hey, I want to be... I want you to cameo, I just kind of leave that open. How do we know how to tune them realistically? Is it just down to the real-world knowledge of how tires perform, or will there be a guide? I am planning a guide. I've started writing it up. But it really comes down to your know-how, because otherwise I would have to make, what is there, like 100 or 200 tires in BeamNG? I'm not going to go through and make custom configurations for every tire. That would be insane. It's going to have to be, you set up the ones you want and save those configs. Don't know how to save configs. Once you've done all the tuning, you go to save and load, write in whatever name you want, and then click save. Then I have a config saved for the Scintilla. It's right there. You may have to turn on include standalone PC files if you do not have it on enabled there. You only talk in Arabic? That's fine. I probably won't join then because I only speak English. It's cool, though, that you only speak Arabic, but you can apparently understand English? That's pretty cool. I bought the full version. I was the one who asked maybe you could add an option to make them indestructible. I'm not sure if that's a stupid question. No, they can be, but then you're more likely to get instability crashes. But that is on the list. Just started about a year. He does a lot of RLS. Oh, okay. I do agree. Thank you very much. Okay. That's going to be in the video, like the basic things to get to stability first. A normal thing to do would be to reduce overall stiffness. I talked about this a little bit earlier. If it shakes a little bit, then go like -5 to -15. If it shakes a lot, like -20 to -30. If it pops off, anywhere from 20 to -50. If you're going any more overall stiffness less than that, then you're kind of SOL. Would there be more treads? With the 3 version, yes, where I'm planning to do that. Then, if you have cross plies, reduce radial stiffness. If you have radials, increase radial, or just leave radial stiffness as is. If you have radials, maybe give a little bit of corner stiffness. If you find your tires are stable but popping, increase tire wall crossbar a little bit. Like, that only really needs like 10 to 20 at most. Wall stiffener, you can increase that as well if you're finding you have too much tire roll. Oh, this is no longer using anything, and I should probably remove that. Remove. Remove. Pattern variable from wheels. There we go. There we go. Don't have to make for all tires, just in general? What? Is that the same thing? Have I mistaken what I've read? Well, the reversion gives me the ability to tune the tires. I thought that was only for premium. No, you should still be able to tune tires, just not as many tuning options. And it should be for, the tires altogether. Or have I accidentally shared the completely full version? It won't have the new stuff on it, even if I did share that one, I suppose. It shouldn't have like a front and rear differentiation. This is pretty cool. I like this. I like this a lot. But yeah, I'm done. I'm conking out, bros. My brain is absolutely fried right now. Oh, I hope you have all enjoyed yourself. My god, the 317 likes. Fuck me, that's a lot. Oh my god. $333 was given today. Far out. Take care, coolest mod I've seen in a game for a long time. Thank you. That means a lot. I've always done like just fun mods, not really ever put too much emphasis on ever trying to be considered a good modder or a great modder or anything like that. That's never been a goal of mine. My main goal has always been just to make fun videos. When I initially started this video was going to be a in-between video. It was just going to be a short thing, but then it just ended up blowing out to be such a much bigger project. And I'm glad that I decided to go a lot deeper into this. It was going to be just one tire to start with, but I gave up on that and went with a lot more. This is my first stream, and this was actually freaking awesome. It was such a fun time just being here. Yeah. So when I do streaming of like automation stuff, I'll tend to get around anywhere from 40 to 90 viewers quite often. When I'm doing just coding stuff, usually like this, I'll average about 10 to 15 viewers. So, yeah. Bro, you spend all day modding, you deserve the 300. Coding is my least favorite thing to do for extended periods. I've really grown to enjoy coding. I like being creative, and coding is just a new way for me to express my creativity. Snobby, turn up my nose at you. No, I don't know. Just, I like being creative, and new ways to be creative is just fun for me. So I'm enjoying coding. This is like an unofficial update? This particular... Oh, my mod? Or maybe. What's the most viewers I've ever held? Maybe 130, 140, I think. Was when I was doing the 24-hour race with Muye and the other team. I haven't had time to grow to enjoy it. I'm really new at it, so I've got a ways to go. Yeah, this is going to be a learning curve for a lot of people. This is a tinkerer's mod. You are going to have to tinker to make it work. I'm sorry if you've paid the money and you've changed your mind on liking it because you have to tinker. If you genuinely feel that way, contact me and I'll look into getting you a refund. I don't know how to do it, but I'll have a look. I'm at 130 viewers now. Yeah, I meant previously today. We've done pretty fucking banging numbers today. So just to show you how very popular this mod is, it turns coding into a much more successful thing. I hope you pop off, but not like the Tyres earlier did. Sure. I'll start showing up for the streams whenever I see them so I can chat a little. Sure. I mean, even if I'm streaming to 10 to 20 people, or 10 to 15, sorry, I don't mind. I'm still enjoying it. Only goes up from here. Here's hoping. The stream was a good time. I'm glad you liked it. 100 plus viewer, yeah. When is the next stream? 1 week from now? They're pretty much every week this day, about 10 hours before now is usually when I start. 9 hours is about the normal time. I was going to stop a few hours ago, but I think I just got a second wind. 9 hours is pretty common. Usually, actually, probably about 8 is actually probably pretty common. It's not uncommon, though, to see me going for 12 on these streams. Because when I'm doing the recordings instead of streams, they'll go for a lot longer than this. The recordings go a lot longer. I just rounded it off to 10 because I don't pay attention to when I start, and I take breaks. If I was to be more honest with how long it usually goes for... Oh, sorry, the more generous towards the amount of time, it's probably... I'll start at about 10 and go until about 10. So about 12 hours times 4.5, because I will work. No, it's about 5, because I'll do like a half day on my days off, and I have 2 days off. Saturdays and Tuesdays usually. So we'll go with 5 on that. Then times that by the... $3.5 weeks approximately. About 200 hours is probably the amount that I spent on this. To be a little bit more on the what would the term be? Generous side? I don't know, we're just gonna go with that. Hey Dakar, I'm super happy with an automation. I might send it to you for judgment at some point. Yeah, I don't really have time to go through everybody's mods. There's a submissions section in my Discord. And occasionally, if I just feel like I want to do it, I'll go through some people's mods. Otherwise, people would spam me all days long with, hey, check out my mod. I don't have time. Like, I just showed you, I spend 12 hours a day on modding. Gonna be honest, sometimes more. You know what? I didn't take into account lunch. I would take an hour off of lunch each day, so it's less than 200 hours I spend on this mod. Did you miss something? I'm rounding out. We're done. Is there a way to add more to this mod, like an extra mod? Extras mod? I'm not sure what you're asking there. Toss it in there? Sure. But yeah, I think I'm done. I was just staring blankly at it and then I realized I wasn't reading anything. That's what happens with ADHD. But yeah, thank you everybody for being here. A special thank you to Sebastian Jones? I don't know how to say your last name. Octopus Cardor for the money as well. Oh, Sebastian, just so much goddamn money. Whiskey the Twisty. Oh, my brain is failing me. Whiskey the Twisty. Sebastian again. Sebastian again. Sebastian again. Sebastian again. Sebastian again. Leo. I'm just going to say Leo. Thank you as well. Iron Fist. Thanks for the $5 dues. Sebastian again. Eclipse Audio Labs. Thanks for the £5. Then at the beginning, thank you to Xox. XOX, I'm just going to call you that. Thank you for the... Oh, actually. That's $12. Thank you for that. Somebody True, thank you for the 2. That rhymed and it wasn't meant to. I'm a poet and didn't even realize. Kill Hour, thank you for the $5 dues. Thank you for the new channel members, Breno, Beeman G, and Insecta. Thank you for being a channel member. Okay. Oh. Biofo Man, you should buy a McFlurry. Oh, God damn it. Now I want a McFlurry. God damn it. I've been doing so well with not getting sweets. We would Kill Hour. Somebody did that. Serrano Emmy. I think that was like 10 cents, but thanks anyway. Still appreciated. I feel it's the thought that counts. And then Kelly Green, thank you for the $2. But by far and away, the biggest donator by just a country mile. I can't even bother counting it up. That's how much they gave. Sebastian Joerns. That was incredibly generous of you. For everyone else, though, go fuck... I mean, thanks for being channel members. I'll probably update the channel members thing at some point. But for now, my brain is a little too fried. Just, if your name's meant to be on there, pretend it's on there. Thank you very much. And if your name's on there and it shouldn't be on there, well then... You're welcome, I suppose. Thank you, Googabit Goob. Everyone else... Goodbye.